Even then, some of you may not have it. So I just want to show. Is my screen visible? Okay, thank you. The first unit, we are going to read poetry. There are two units for poetry, as you can understand from this. I'm showing your textbook. If you have the textbook, please have it. Unit 1 is a detailed study, and unit 2 non-detailed study. What is the difference between detailed study and non-detailed study when you are reading poetry for your examination? I'm talking from examination point of view. The first one is, you may have text as reference when you are writing your exam. Maybe for example, you may be asked, you may be given 2 or 3 lines from the poem, and you may be asked to E or C. So you should read these poems in detail. So you have to understand the poem, maybe line by line. You have to understand the poem word by word. That is the intention of reading poetry in detailed study. And non-detailed study, as you know, if you know the gist of the poem, if you know the theme of the poem, and if you know what the poems are about, you can manage your exams. Otherwise, if you love literature, if you want to read, no, it's always better you read the text of all the poems prescribed. Okay, so now we are going to read the all. I will try to cover, because it's very short period, 1 hour, and to complete about all these poems, it's very difficult. I'll try to touch up all the poems. If I couldn't, you have to read. So we are going to read 5 poets today: Nizim Ezekiel, A.K. Ramanujan, R. Parthasarathi, Pilal, and Gauri Deshpande. You can understand these poets are during colonization, and these are the poets late who have written later. We can understand Nizim Ezekiel. He had been writing since colonization. So A.K. Ramanujan, he had seen that colonization, even including our Parthasarathi. They were the victims of colonization, but they have started writing later. And the other writers, Gauri Deshpande is the contemporary writer who is writing even now. So throughout the syllabus, I have checked that it is well spread. So we can understand from the 20th century to current literature is included for you to understand the paper better, Indian writing in English. Also, you try to understand these are not the only writers we have under Indian writing in English. We are giving you the glimpses here so that you can get some rough idea who are all some of the writers and what are all the works they have written. So it's not like this is very limited. Okay, it is narrowed down for exam purpose. Otherwise, if you want a vast idea about Indian writing in English, you have to read the other writers too. So let's begin with Nizim Ezekiel first. Nizim Ezekiel, as you know, he has been the victim of colonization. As I have told you, he had observed how the people in India reacted when they were colonized. They have given importance to English, first of all. They counted learning English is their prestige. So if you speak in English in the public place, you think that you are privileged, something like that. So that was the scenario existed during this period. And Nizim Ezekiel, he is in a humoristic way has touched upon how the Indians commit mistakes while they speak in English. Of course, when you are learning a new language, when you try to speak in a new language, you commit mistakes. And in Nizim Ezekiel's presentation of the Indians speaking in English in a wrong way, it doesn't mean he is going to tease the Indians. It is just a sarcastic tone. It should not be criticized actually. But nowadays, critics criticize Nizim Ezekiel for giving a sarcastic touch on how the Indians speak in English. Okay, so throughout the poem, if you read, if you go through the poem, you can understand Nizim Ezekiel has deliberately committed mistakes. Mistakes in the sense, grammatical errors, and sentence structures, you can understand they are deliberately set in a disorderly manner, which means he deliberately commits the mistakes because he wants to show how Indians speak English. So let me try to read. I'm standing for peace and non-violence. Why world is fighting, fighting. So this is the repeated word. Actually, emphasize the speaker wants to give emphasis. Emphasize in the sense strengthen the concept. Emphasize means அழுத்தம். இதுல வந்து இந்த போயம் என்ன சொல்ல வராங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னா, நிசிம் எசக்கியல் இந்தியன்ஸ் இங்கிலீஷ்ல பேசும்போது என்ன மாதிரியான தப்பு பண்றாங்க, நார்மலா என்ன மாதிரி தப்பு பண்றாங்க, அத வந்து அவரு ரொம்ப கிண்டலா தான் அவர் சொல்லியிருப்பாரு. கிண்டலா சொல்றது லைட்டர் டோனா இப்ப எடுத்துக்காம எல்லாம் கிரிட்டிசைஸ் பண்றாங்க. எப்படி அவர் கிண்டல் பண்ணுவாரு அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு. But the intention of Nizim Ezekiel is to just portray how the Indians speak. Okay. Okay, so world is fighting, fighting, fighting in the sense, if one time if you use the word that is enough, but it is not told. So deliberately he uses to show how Indians speak English. Why all people of world are not following Mahatma Gandhi? Mahatma Gandhi. So the theme of the poem here comes like Mahatma Gandhi followed non-violence. So he is insisting people should follow non-violence and people should not fight. That is the intention of telling. But the other intention of Nizim Ezekiel is to show how the Indians speak wrong English. I am simply not understanding. Actually, understanding should not use the word I am not understanding. If you want to rephrase this sentence, you should use like I don't understand. I simply don't understand. This is the right way of writing a sentence. But Nizim Ezekiel has used this phrase. Even now, people are using. Even now, you maybe we are using it. I am not understanding. So there are some verbs where you should not use the be form. Not I am not understanding is wrong. For example, I am not loving is wrong. I don't love. So we should know those verbs. This is the fun where Nizim Ezekiel finds. Ancient Indian wisdom is 100% correct, but modern generation is neglecting. Too much going for fashion and foreign thing. Other day I am reading a newspaper. Every day I am reading Times of India to improve my English language. So this again shows how the Indians are keen on learning the new language, English. That is why this speaker is telling that he shows interest or he spends time to learn the language, English language. Okay. So he says ancient people had wisdom. In those days, people were wise. And why don't we follow that? Why do we neglect that? Again, we can understand the sentence structure has some problem. Okay. This is about Indira Gandhi. The next phrase is about Indira Gandhi. I can zoom in so that you can, if you don't have the text, it will be easier for you. Just a minute. Yes. How one Gunda fellow throws stone at Indira Ben. So somebody has attacked our Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, and this is about violence. So the entire poem is about violence, and this poem sticks to Gandhian principle that you should be a patriot, you should love your nation. At the same time, you should not be violent, you should not attack someone. So that is the basic concept. But here we are going to observe how English is wrongly used by the Indians, that is fun in a fun manner represented by Nizim Ezekiel. Must be student unrest fellow. So these are all phrases of something wrong where we are not supposed to use like this. And it's not like I am thinking, I think French Romans countrymen, I say, I am saying is wrong. Again, I say to myself, lend me the years. So everything is coming, regeneration, remuneration, contraception. So these are the political terms used during Indira Gandhi's period, which Nizim Ezekiel may be unpleasant, and so he's using that. Be patiently, brothers and sisters. Actually, be patient. It's not like be patiently. So, brothers and sisters, you please remain patient. Be patient, not patient. So why are you not settled? Why are you unrest? Why you are creating chaos, turmoils? Instead, you can keep calm, quiet, be patient. This is what the speaker is trying to tell. So you want one glass lassi. So again, this is about the shop. Like we have tea shops, we had a lassi shop. So the person is in the lassi shop and he's talking about digestion, very good for digestion with little salt, lovely drink, better than wine. So here there is a comparison like lassi is better than wine. So the Indians they are trying to bring back our own country food suits our body. So that is the concept. Not that I am ever tasting wine. Here I have ever tasted the wine. That is the right phrase. I have ever tasted the wine. So here again, deliberately Nizam Ezekiel bringing this into the scenario to show that the Indians are not speaking well. Again, when he's talking about teetotaler is a person who doesn't have any unhealthy habits. If you have any unhealthy habit, you are called as a you are not called as a teetotaler. Okay, if you don't have any unhealthy habit, for example, if you smoke, you cannot be a teetotaler, something like that. So because smoking is always referred to as an unhealthy habit. So teetotaler is a person who has no unhealthy habit. I'm the teetotaler, completely total. Again, this phrase is wrong. Completely total means 100% teetotaler. It is again wrong because if you claim that you are a teetotaler, you are complete in the sense you have no bad habit or unhealthy habit. I can say otherwise. So if you say teetotaler, this is unnecessary. This is not required. So that is what Nizam Ezekiel is saying. These are all Indianized version of speaking in English. That is why. And but I say wine is for the drunkards only. What do you think of prospects of world peace? So the person is talking about a non-violence, Gandhian concept, and you should be patient, you should not fight. So this person is longing for world peace. Pakistan behaving like this, China behaving like that. So this is generally the way of Indians speaking, which means they don't have the perfect vocabulary to express their ideas or thoughts. So they use words like this, okay, words like that. So that is also in a funny way used by Nizam Ezekiel. It is making me very sad. It cannot make you sad. You can say it makes you to feel sad. Okay, so that is again the phrase. There is some problem here. I tell you, and it's not I am telling you. I tell you. Really, most harassing me. Again, all these are errors. Okay, it really harasses me. All men are brothers, no. So the Indians speaking in English after they complete their conversation, they use this word no, which means they don't know how to use the proper question tag. Actually, what can be right here? All men are brothers, aren't they? Aren't they is the right word. But Indians, when they speak, they usually use the common word no as the question tag. So that is also used by Nizam Ezekiel here. All men are brothers, no. In India also, Gujaratis, Maharashtrians, Hindiwalas, all brothers. Though some are having funny habits, still you tolerate me. I tolerate you. One day. So tolerate in a sense. It's not like tolerate. When do you use the word tolerate? If you are doing something very bad and the other person is trying to adjust, that is toleration. So it's not toleration. It should be like understanding. You should have a better understanding on the other person. That must be the right word. So one day Ram Raja is surely coming. Surely coming is again the wrong. So one day Ram Raja may come. Okay. Is coming. Is coming is not right here. So Ram Raja maybe is is the rule, is the administration. We usually it refers to the administration of Lord Rama, Lord Ram. Okay, so we are going to get a good administration. So, are you going is the right word to ask. When your friend is leaving, you should ask, are you leaving? Are you going? Something like that. So, Indian English of asking this, first you are using the subject, second you are using the verb, because in Indianized English, we are using our mother tongue to frame the sentence, the structure. See here, subject, here verb. You are going. You are going means it is an affirmative sentence, not an imperative sentence. Are you going is the right way of asking questions. So it should be always a verb in the first. But you will visit again, anytime, any day. Again here. So you may visit again. I am not believing. Again, this is wrong. I don't believe in ceremony. Always I am enjoying your company. Actually, enjoying printing mistake, but I enjoy your company is right, not I am enjoying your company. So the speaker is addressing to the other person, saying bye after discussing about world peace, harmony, all that, and he says bye. But we are going to talk about the concept of how Indians speak English. That is another major thing to be counted. The second poem by Nizim Ezekiel is Enterprise. In this poem, he is talking about a pilgrimage. Maybe a group of people, they are planning for a pilgrimage and they go to the pilgrimage. Do you know what is a pilgrimage? It is a voyage, we can say, to the sacred place. A pilgrimage is usually to the sacred place. Maybe if you find a famous temple or a church or a mosque, people go to the place as a pilgrim. So they may go by walk if it is a short distance. If it is very long, they can take vehicles and then they go to. So the voyage, the travel that you undergo to reach a sacred place is called as the pilgrimage. So a group of people, why do we go for a pilgrimage? To search God, or maybe to find the divinity, divine power, something like that. So that is why the purpose of someone becoming a pilgrim. So here in the first stanza, we understand the people are not okay. You see, very excited actually when the travel starts, when the voyage starts. Everybody is excited, everybody is keen on observing things around. And when it goes, when the sun beat down to march our age, when the sun beats down, maybe when it is very hot, we are natural to get angry or frustrated and show it to the others. So now we are a little fed up of things, and we stood it very well. I thought, observed and put down copious notes. So here also they are very keen observing and noting down what they observe. Whatever things they see, they come across, they note down. They are noting down even minute details that they come across. Maybe the things they saw, the animals, the birds, whatever they observe on the way, they just note down. And in the second stanza, we understand the differences arose. Opinions, different opinions you get. If there is a group of pilgrims, you can understand two pilgrims may have different opinions. When there is different opinions, you may not know how to settle down. Once you don't know how to settle down with it, you have a quarrel and then fight. So we lost a friend. One pilgrim got away from them. So they became two groups. So I mean the strength of the pilgrims get reduced because one person has a different opinion and he get away from the group. So the strength, the total number of pilgrims get reduced. Similarly, another reason, and again another reason, something like that. So people move away from the group and then it is getting thinner. So the group was thicker actually, the pilgrims were thicker, heavily crowded, but later if you understand, they are getting thinner. And now they don't know why they have started the journey actually. On the way, maybe in the middle of the journey, they don't know why they have gathered, why they have started the journey, and why they were trying to move. So the trip had darkened every face. Every darken every face means try the finally towards the end of the trip, the inner nature of the person came out. So what is the main purpose of I am going as a pilgrim? You should get a peace in your heart, you should get a divinity, you should get a spiritual bliss in you. Instead, the way you have taken the pilgrim and the way you have encountered the people, everything you have counted as personal without understanding the basic of a pilgrimage. You are showing your dark face towards the others, which means it is not fulfilled. The purpose behind a pilgrimage is to attain solace or comfort or harmony that is not attained at the end because people forget to realize the purpose of beginning a pilgrimage. Finally, they understand home is the right place to go back and get their grace, get their divinity. So, this is uh, the summary of the Enterprise poem. Now, I move on to A.K. Ramanujan. This is the poem uh, by a Tamil poet actually, but he used to write in English. We have two Tamil writers, another Parthasarathy is also in the next line. I'll talk about it later. So these writers basically they talk about South Indian landscapes, especially Tamil Nadu landscapes. For example, read the first line of the poem. It begins as in Madurai. He is talking about Vaigai river in Madurai, a river. Even Parthasarathi talks about the same, but we can see the different perspective of the poem. Uh, in Madurai, city of temples and poets who sang of cities and temples every summer, a river dries to a trickle in the sand, bearing the sand drips. So this is the different perspective of a river. Usually, when you read Sangam poetry or any modern poetry about river, you can come across many natural scenery, living things around it, and you can see the water in the river flourishes the entire land. So these are the things usually the poet talk about. But here, the poet A.K. Ramanujan is talking about how about a dry river. Why nobody is talking about a river during the summer period, summer season. So that is what he is talking about. So it is dry in the sand, bearing the sand drips, straw. So if you visit a river this time, you can see all the things were dumped into the river, found to be a polluted land. Okay, so a straw or a woman's hair clogging the water gate, so rusty bars, all these, no, they are clogged over the river, the surface of the river where there is no water, only you can find garbage on the river. That is what he's trying to say. Luckily, A.K. Ramanujan doesn't live now. If he lives, if he visits such rivers, he will get a heart attack, because it's not only straw or women's hair. We can see the entire garbage of the town will be dumped in the river nowadays. Okay, so he is talking about all that, and next he was recollecting the past. The writers of the past, how do they talk about? They talk about crocodiles, they talk about buffaloes, they talk about the floods. Floods means how the water nourishes the environment and it makes things flourished. Okay, so it actually surveys food to the entire organisms, living organisms. That is what. So he is blaming the poet of the past. He was blaming the poet was there for a day, maybe during rainy season or maybe during the floods, and he observes the beauty of the river and he talks about it. Maybe the other poets, they observe from the other poems and they write about the river without knowing the real or actual condition of the river. ஸோ இப்ப நீங்க போய் வெயில் இந்த மாதிரி சம்மர் சீசன்ல பாத்தீங்கன்னா வெறும் ட்ரைட் அப் ரிவர் தான் இருக்கும். அங்க தண்ணியும் இருக்காது, ஒரே குப்பையா தான் இருக்கும். ஸோ அப்ப எழுதின போயட்ஸ் எல்லாம் எதுக்காக நீங்க வந்து இப்ப போய் பார்க்க மாட்டீங்க? இந்த மாதிரி சீசன்ல பாத்தீங்கன்னா நீங்க இந்த மாதிரி அழகான ரிவர்ஸ் பத்தி எழுத மாட்டீங்க அப்படின்ட்டு சொல்றேன். Okay, people everywhere talked of the inches rising of the precise number of cobbled steps. So maybe after a river, after rains, we usually say the water level raised. All these, no, he is making fun of those poets, fun of those people. Why don't you come here and then check all that? Okay, so people of those period talked about maybe the people washed away. Nearby villages, people washed away, and the cows washed away. Usually, the cows are named Gopi and Brinda because of the Krishna, Lord Krishna we have. And so, these are the common names: Lakshmi, Krishna, Gopi, Brinda are some of the common names we call the cows. So, the visitors of flood season, the rivers, usually they write about all these. But now if you visit, you will not write about that. So the new poets still quoted. The new poets are not original. They don't write new concepts. They don't observe. They just copy. They copy whatever they have read instead of visiting the river. So he said, the river has water enough to be poetic about only once a year. Maybe during rainy season, it's okay. But what about the other things, the other seasons? It's not like that. Okay. So here again, it is a repetition of a Gopi, Brinda, pregnant women who was washed away. When it is flooded, it is washed away. It happened only one day. When you go to the next day, you can see the water level is receded. And maybe when you visit after 1 month, you cannot see water anywhere. So why don't you talk about that? Here the diapers is about maybe the pregnant lady, she has two babies because they are twins, they are identical twins. They don't have any molds for identification, so the physical body has no difference at all. the mother has to use two different diapers to identify the twins. This is just an example, but this is not related to the river. Here, the relation is the pregnant women may be washed away when it is flooded, but now nobody will wash away because there is no flood. And the next poem by A.K. Ramanujan is Small Scale Reflections on a Great House. In this poem, he is going to talk about maybe, for example, if you take a house, maybe a neighbor's house. In the neighbor's house, maybe you imagine a neighbor's house, things go inside the house and it doesn't come out. It doesn't come out. So for a number of years, many things are going inside, but it doesn't come out of the house. Maybe sometimes when something comes out of the house, it doesn't stay, but it again goes and reaches the place. ஸோ இந்த போயமோட தீம் என்ன அப்படின்னு சொன்னா, ஒரு நார்மலான ஒரு வீட்ல வந்து எப்படி இருக்கும் அப்படின்னா, நிறைய விஷயம் வீட்ல பத்திரமா வச்சிருப்பாங்க. அது எதுக்குமே யூஸ் ஆகலனாலும் அது அங்கேயே வச்சிருப்பாங்க. அது தூக்கி போட மாட்டாங்க. சிலது வந்து என்ன ஆகும்னா, வெளியில போறது திருப்பி வந்து சேர்ந்துரும். அந்த வீட்ல எப்பவுமே எல்லாமே இருக்கும். எதுவுமே வெளியில போகாது. அங்கேயே தான் இருக்கும் அப்படின்ற மாதிரி ஒரு ஃபன்னுக்காக சொல்றாரு. ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் அவர் என்ன சொல்றாருன்னா, பக்கத்து வீட்ல இருக்கிறவங்க ஏதாவது பலகாரம் செஞ்சு பாத்திரம் குடுப்பாங்க. அந்த பாத்திரத்தையும் நம்மளே வச்சுப்போம். திருப்பி தரமாட்டோம். சோ இது ஒரு எக்ஸாம்பிள்க்கு நான் சொல்றேன். அவரு குடுத்திருக்கிற எக்ஸாம்பிள் தான். So this is the concept. So there are some houses. So a great house is the reference here he has used. Some houses, but it doesn't send anything out. So I think that nothing that ever comes into this house goes out. Okay, எது உள்ள வந்தாலும் வெளில போகாது. Things comes in every day to lose themselves among other things. They get lost. Maybe if you are trying to search, you cannot find it, but you never throw it out, but you never return, and you never bother to do anything with it, but you just miss it again among the other missed things, lost things. So there are many lost things inside the house, and one among the thing again you add on to it. For example, some wandering cows, maybe the cows from other places come to our house, the great house, and it doesn't go back. And then maybe unread library books, you borrow books and you never return them, and you can have them in your shelf or somewhere, and you never bother to return. You never use it. That is another point. You never use the book and you never return the book, and it is an among them. So he is giving a list of things that reaches the house and it doesn't go back. Okay, next, the book is eaten by the silverfish and all that, but even then you are not, that's what, you are not going to use the book, but at the same time you are not going to return the book. Maybe the vessels of the neighbors, maybe they may cook some sweets or dishes for you, and they may have given you something, they may have offered you something, but you never return to that. So those dishes also you can find in the house. And there are some servants, they come and stay in your house and they never leave, they become one of your family members. And the phonograms, maybe you're not listening to the songs and you it doesn't go. The epilepsy is in the blood, it is a kind of disease he is talking about, it is a common disease actually. So the epilepsy, or once you have epilepsy in your family, it continues, so it doesn't go, it stays ever in the house. The sons-in-law, usually when the daughters are getting married to some family, they should stay in their mother-in-law's place, but they come back with the son-in-law, they bring back their husbands and they settle in the house. So the son-in-laws who never remember the mothers, they should go back to their family, but instead they stay here, and that become again the members of the family, and it becomes part of their great house. Okay. And the women who comes as wives from the houses, maybe the daughters-in-law he is talking about. The daughters-in-law, they come and then they stay here for monsoons, they work here and then they never go back. So this great house is a part of a kind of a museum or thing we can call as, it accepts everybody inside and it never sends away people. Even if you are sending away daughters, the daughters bring back the husbands and they settle here. And sometimes when you send things out, it also comes back. For example, bales of cotton, maybe you have gifted away something but without knowing the address, it comes back. It comes back to your place. And the middle class, maybe as a merchant, if you are sending some cotton, some clothes, and sometimes no, it comes back. And letters mailed, maybe if you are sending some letters to your friends or relatives with the wrong address, again it will be come back. So red ink marks shows it is that the errors in the address, so it will come back to you. And then and ideas, if you have some innovative ideas, it will be there, it will be there as a rumor. So it will be passed on from one family person to another family person. Maybe a member will pass it to another member. Maybe that auntie has told this, that can be used for that. So it will be as a rumor go around the house, and it will not end, that idea will not end over. And to the door, prodigy is born to a prodigal father. Maybe if a son desert a place, maybe the great house has a son, and he left the house and he comes back with a family, that also should be accepted. Okay, so every Plotinus, they may ask, is a Roman philosopher we can refer to. So like Roman philosopher, and the Alexander looted during the war. Alexander has looted everything between the malarial rivers. When the river is infested with malaria, in between many villages are there. He just captures those land and he looted food and other valuable items from that place. So these are all just references saying like everything is there. You can find the products of things looted by Alexander in the house. Okay, so sometimes a beggar sings a song to beg, to maybe to ask food or money. And what happens, you just listen to that song, and the cook may catch the song and it may be sung throughout. Maybe if you are listening to some song, you hum it the whole day, something like that. So here, in a funny way, the poet is saying, if a beggar is singing a song, it will be hummed throughout by someone. Even the song doesn't die out or go away from the house. Okay, so sometimes daughters, they become widows and then they come back to the house. Sometimes the runaway sons, they come back to with grandchildren, all that. Okay, so sometimes no, the unseen fathers, the fathers left the family and they come back with the Ganges water, the Ganga rivers of water. So all these are again in a funny way told. Someone wants the poem name. Small Scale Reflections. Eka Ramanujam is the poem. Okay. And so this is what, in a funny way, he's trying to say how the great house holds everything within it and it never sends away. And in the end of the poem, it is talking about maybe a person who went to military, served for the nation, and he happened to die there, and the dead body is brought back home. So in a sad way, the poem is ended. But whatever it is, he's trying to say that everything is returned to the house, everything come back to the house. And the next poet we are going to read is or Parthasarathi. Again, he is a Tamil poet who writes in English. Under another sky, maybe a different opinion or a different scenario he's talking about. Another sky, maybe a new world under another sky, maybe a new perspective or maybe a new world. That's what he's trying to tell. It's a tired sea across the visitor between Fort St. George and San Thome. So he is talking about the ships and the goods that the ships had in loads. Uh, he is talking about how the products, maybe he's talking about imported items, exported items brought by the goods ships. He is talking about the harbor. Okay, so inland, a old civilization hissed in the alleys and wells. The sun has done its worst, skimmed a language, worn it to a shadow. The eyes ache from eating too much of the ripe fruit of temples. Actually, this man or Parthasarathi has a bad opinion that colonization has corrupted the minds of the Indians. In his another poem, also he talked about it. Actually, he is talking about the language has gone down. The Tamil language has gone down. The Tamil culture has gone down, and we have a new scenario, we have a new world around here. So this is the gist of this poem. Okay, so now cardboard and paper goddesses. Earlier we had statues, temples, but everything is changed here. After he came from a foreign land, when he entered India, especially Tamil Nadu, he observed so many changes that he cannot accept easily. So that is what is the gist of the poem. There is no fight left in the old beat. So people fight each other. Time has plucked his teeth. Francis Day has seen to that. What have I come here from 1,000 miles? So when I was in a foreign country, Francis Day was celebrated, but here you are celebrating the same. Why do I come all over from the foreign nation to view all this, to see all this? The sky is no different. So the sky is the same. The sky is same. So what I have seen in the foreign land, it is the same. Beggars are same. Everywhere it is same. So here he talks about the people who like maybe this these lines we can say. He's talking about the people who struggle for their lives, who works hard for their life. So their profession is very hard working. So he has seen those people. A gray sky oppresses the eyes. The above line talks about they are very oppressed. They have some problem. Okay, above them towers the bridge, a pale diamond in the water, trees big with shade squat in the Maidan as I walk my tongue. Lunch backed with the words towards Jadavpur. I walk my tongue, lunch backed with the words. So he has struggle in speaking his mother tongue. So he is walking along the Maidan, along the ground, but he has struggle in speaking. Here towards Jadavpur, to your arms, he's talking about multilingual. So many people speak many languages, all that. But the whatever it is, the Tamil that he has read is not here. The Tamil culture which he had observed years ago is not found here. The years have given me little wisdom. Little wisdom means nothing. Little is the negative word actually. So he hasn't got any wisdom. Here he is talking about Jadavpur, Kolkata, Hooghly, all that. Okay, so all that. So he is talking about the British settlement. The British colonization has painted something. They painted a new culture in India. So I shall carry this wisdom to another city in the born urn of my mind. These ashes, so he's actually not satisfied or not happy with the changes or which the true maybe which the new colors that are painted by the British or the British culture. So that is what he's talking about. I am alone now, loving only words. I am alone now in the sense he has this fondness for new culture and loving only words. So he has only words and he has nothing to help. Practically, he has nothing to help. Spring is no more the young season. I have forfeited the embarrassing gift, innocence in my scramble to man. So I am waiting for a new season, spring season, maybe colorful season. Everything should be reset. So this is a kind of anticipation the poet has for a new world that he wants to see. And again, like we have read A.K. Ramanujan's poem River. Here we have another version of River by or Partha Sarathi. The same river he is going to talk about, Vaigai. Madurai, we have Vaigai river he is talking about. With the paper boats, boys tickle my reeds and buffaloes have turned me to a pond. There is a eagle wood in my hair and stale flowers. Every evening, as bells toll in the forehead of the temples, I see a man on the steps clean his oars night fishers. So this is just the scene which he sees. The poet observes what happens in the river banks. Maybe when he is walking along the river banks, so he sees the boy. He sees some buffaloes and he sees the wood, the wasted logs. He sees the stale flowers. Stale flowers, usually after pujas, we throw away the stale flowers. So all these are observed by the poet when the temple bells toll. That is also there when he was walking by the riverside. So here the other part of it. A man is cleaning after the man is cleaning his back by the riverside, and the kingfishers, egrets. He talks about the birds. So the people offer food to those birds. That is also there. Also, emperors and poets who slept in my arms. He is recalling the kings, the rulers, and the poets who have written about the poems. I become a sewer now. No one has any use for Vaike River, once of this sweet city. But right now, I am a sewer, maybe a garbage. Okay. Now, Vaike River is not so enthralling as it was in the past. ஸோ இதே தான் அவரும் சொல்லியிருந்தார். முன்னாடி ஒரு குப்பை மாதிரி இருக்கு இப்போ ரிவர், அந்த மாதிரி தான் இவரும் சொல்றாரு. ஸோ முன்னாடி இருந்த போயம்ல சொல்ற மாதிரி இந்த ரிவர் இப்போ இல்ல. ஸோ ஹாஸ் எனி யூஸ் ஃபார் வைகே ரிவர். ஸோ தேர் இஸ் நோ யூஸ் ஆஃப் திஸ் ரிவர் நவ், once of this huge city, but once upon a time it was a very a rich river, but now it is not. It has failed to do so now. So again, kind of a frustration after seeing the river. I think we can move on to the next poet, P. Lal. The poet, actually, the poet is a person who writes poem, that you know. But how the poet is different from the other person, that is what he is trying to read. The poet actually notes down even the minute things, minute details. For example, here I can, since we are running short of time, I cannot read line by line. That is why I am skipping. See here, I will highlight some lines, so please try to read the entire poem. He notices the spider's intestines. Maybe if a man looks at the spider, he looks at it as a spider. Sometimes even you may not notice a spider, but a poet cannot look at a spider like that. He can even see the intestine of a spider. It's not at all logical, I understand. But what Lal is trying to say, the poet shows or sees from a different perspective. He can understand things from a minute angle. This is what P. Lal is trying to tell. So actually an intestine cannot be seen. It is an internal organ. It is inside the body. What he is trying to say now, the poet, ஒரு குடலையே ஒரு ஸ்பைடரே பார்க்க நம்மளால முடியாது, அந்த ஸ்பைடரோட குடலை ஒரு போயட்டால பார்க்க முடியும் அப்படின்றாருன்னா, the poet is very observant of anybody's feelings. ஒருத்தர் சோகமா இருக்காரு, மேபி ஹியர் இந்த போயம் they have given, ஒரு ப்ராஸ்டியூட் வந்து அவங்களோட ஸ்மைல கூட ஒரு அப்சர்வ் பண்ணுவார் அப்படின்ட்டு. So it doesn't matter whether it is a spider, it is an animal, or it is a woman, whatever it is, but he observes everything, and he sees some beauty in it. That is what a poet is for. When a woman turns black clouds of hair with a rhythmic hand, weaving their silk in the possessive sun, he sees her common eyes stretched to a land, oh lost. So when you look at a woman, maybe you look at or admire the beauty of the women, but when the poet looks at the women, he can read the eyes of the women, maybe something she has lost. ஸோ அந்த லேடியோட கண்ணில் இருக்கிற சோகம் கூட உங்களுக்கு தெரியும், அந்த போயட்டுக்கு தெரியும் அப்படின்றார். ஸோ த போயட் இஸ் எ மைண்ட் ரீடர், எ மைன்யூட் அப்சர்வன்ட் ஹூ அப்சர்வ்ஸ் எவ்ரிதிங். That is very special. So a poet is not a normal person. He sees her common eyes stretched to a land, oh lost. And when repentance yearns for hope and love finds that there is none. So the lady has lost her love. That also can be observed by the poet. And in the beginning also he says he is apart from any criticism. Usually a poet is criticized for his lines or for his observation, but he is not bothered about it. So mock heroic is about the criticism that the poet receives, which he doesn't bother. So யாராவது ஒரு கிரிட்டிசைஸ் பண்றாங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னா அதை ஒரு பெருசா மைண்ட் பண்ணிக்க மாட்டாரு. தட் இஸ் த we are running short of time. That's what I am worried. Okay. So the lecturer here, this is not going to be a positive one. The lecturer is about the negative aspect of a lecturer, by P. Lal. Here the poet is trying to tell the lecturer knows things and he delivers things, but there is no depth in it. அவர் என்னென்னமோ பேசுறாரு, பட் ஆழமான அந்த கருத்து வந்து பசங்களுக்கு போய் ரீச் ஆகல, ரொம்ப மேலோட்டமா சொல்றாரு. இந்த மாதிரியான ஒரு விஷயத்தை தான் வந்து இந்த போயம்ல அவர் சொல்றாரு. ஸோ த லெக்சரர் We have an experience, okay? We have a pattern. We have followed some certain structure to discuss things. So he draws a thing on the board and then he explains things. But the thing is, the real thing is, um, it's very beautiful, but it is very elegant. It is very attractive. He uses beautiful words. எல்லாம் அழகான வார்த்தை நல்லதான் இருக்கு. But the inner meaning, the underlying meaning of the lecture is not at all received by the students. All ritual. இது எல்லாமே எப்படி இருக்குன்னா ஒரு ரிச்சுவல். இப்போ ஒரு மேரேஜ் நடக்குது அப்படின்னு சொன்னா அது ஒரு ரிச்சுவல். ஸோ இதெல்லாம் ப்ரொசீஜர் படி லைனா நடக்கணும்னு நடத்துவாங்க. அந்த மாதிரி the classroom teaching is also like a ritual. So he comes, he teaches something and he goes off. But what is the impact from the student side? Studentsக்கு ஏதாவது ஒரு impact இருக்கணும்ல, அது கிடையாது. So all false, unutterably false. All the words delivered by the teacher, by the lecturer goes false. Unutterably false because the result is zero. The student hasn't received anything. The inner meaning, the in-depth meaning is not received by the students. So it goes waste. And we move on to the last poet, Gauri Deshpande, the only lady poet. Poetess we may call, but nowadays poet is the common name used for both man and women. Even for the women poet, you can use poet. Okay, that is right actually. Okay. Gauri Deshpande, a feminist. You may know what feminism is about. Maybe in 2 lines I tell about feminism. Feminism is about asking for equal rights and power of man. Maybe if man can get education, women can also get equal education. Also, feminism is about equal social status. If a man is given respect in the society, the women also should be respected in the same way. Also about power structure. So if a man can be an authoritative person, a woman too can be an authoritative person. So based on these concepts, feminism has emerged. Is someone is trying to say something? Okay. So the female of the species is a poem talks about from the women's point of view. So usually when do you name a species? We name a species when the biology is different. For example, a dog is a species and a cat is a different species. So we call something a species when it is biologically, morphologically different. But here this title is named the female of the species because though women belongs to the same species, they are treated indifferently. The male doesn't treat his own species as the same. That is why sarcastically the name is given, the title is given as the female of the species. So here it is about sometimes you want to talk about love and despair. Maybe if a woman wants to talk about love and despair, maybe if I want to share my emotions, say feelings, let it be positive or negative feelings, I should search for a woman. A man is no use whatever then. A man cannot be used for that. A man is useless. If you want to share your feelings, a man is useless. So this is the theme. Maybe whom do you search for? A mother. Maybe you can share your feelings with your mother. Or you can search a sister of you to share that. Or maybe a classmate, a school friend. That should be a girl, of course. Your first love, maybe the person first you loved, that should be a girl actually. Maybe the daughter of your first love. Maybe if you have a very close friend and if she has a girl child, you can share your feelings to your daughter also, or to your friend's daughter, or your second daughter. So the overall theme is, if you want to share your feelings, you should choose a woman. Let it be a mother, a girlfriend, a lover, a daughter, your lover's daughter, and there should not be a man, because man is useless to share your feel. You sit with them, talk, and you spend time with them, and you talk about whatever you want. If you are going to talk about the price rates of tea or rice or cheese, anything limitless you can talk about, but you cannot use a man to talk about all this, but he is useless to listen to your feelings because he cannot understand you. Another interpretation is possible. Suppose if a man wants to talk instead of a woman wants to talk, if a man wants to talk, of course If a man wants to talk about all these, again he has to depend upon a woman, not a man. So this is the concept of Gauri Deshpande. Unfortunately, we have only 2 minutes. So let's see. The People Who Need People is the last poem which I would like to conclude with this. So it's the only landscape, a sea of people bordering the bitter limit of the sea. So this is about, this poem is about humanity, people who need people. So people should support each other. We need people to support each other instead of fighting. This is about a bordering. Maybe if you have communal issues, if you have any other issues, we should not, if you should resolve that issue, and we should understand that we depend upon each other. We should be we should be humanitarians. Okay, if all the noses were one nose and all the heads were one, they would outstand Gomateshwara. This is a statue, ஒரு பசுவோட பெரிய சிலை கர்நாடகால இருக்கு. அந்த சிலையை விட பெருசா நம்ம ஒண்ணு உருவாக்கலாம். அது எப்படின்னா, எல்லா மனுஷங்களும் ஒன்னா சேர்ந்து ஒத்துமையா இருந்தோம் அப்படின்னு சொன்னா, அந்த கோமாதேஸ்வரா பெரிய சிலையை விடையே நம்ம பெருசா இருக்கலாம் அப்படின்றதுதான். So she is trying to talk about the humanity, humanitarian principles and unity among the people, brotherhood among the people. So for all that, all noses should be brought. One nose means all the people should be brought together to become one, so that we can beat Gomateshwara and be monument to brotherly love. So we should be affectionate to each other. For yet no one has picked my pocket, nor into my house broken. I as yet not run over by a bus. So whatever small problems I face, whatever I encounter, I should support. I should get support from the opponent. I should get support from the people. So the people who need people, we cannot get away from the people. Why don't we love each other and settle down? So this is the concept of the people who need people. So with this, I conclude my uh, lecture. And if you have any doubts in these poems, you can ask me now. Any doubts you have? Do you have any doubt? Okay, then. In case if you want to ask me, maybe you can ask in the next class. Thank you, and see you all in the next class.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Anuga.
Good morning.
I'm going to handle British drama for you. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. So let me start straight away. I would like to share my slides with you. Yes, can you see the slide?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, fine. So this is paper 2, British drama, and you have unit 1, Aristotle's Poetics, selections from chapter 1, and then you have Sophocles, his play Oedipus Rex, on which is based Aristotle's Poetics. Then unit 2, you have Christopher Marlowe's Dr. Faustus and William Shakespeare's King Lear, as well as A Midsummer Night's Dream. Unit 3, you have Ibsen's A Doll's House and Anton Chekhov's The Cherry Orchard. Unit 4, G.B. Shaw's Pygmalion and T.S. Eliot's Murder in the Cathedral. Unit 5, Samuel Beckett's Waiting for Godot and John Osborne's Look Back in Anger. So this is the structure of your paper, and today I will be handling Unit 1, Aristotle's Poetics. selections from chapter 4 of Poetics, and then Sophocles, Oedipus Rex. Okay. So now, if you look at the Western, I'm sure you have the basic knowledge of the concept of drama, what drama is. Drama is something that is supposed to be performed, okay, on the stage, and you have an audience, you have actors, who will enact the entire story, the plot, okay, and you have the audience who respond to that by watching what is happening on the stage. So it is purely performance oriented. It's not like a novel or a poem, or which you can read in private, right? So this knowledge, background information, I'm sure you would have studied in your BA level itself. Okay, so now coming to this paper, Unit 1, Aristotle's Poetics. Now, if you take, now I have made these slides purely from the study material that is made available to you by the university. Okay. Nothing outside of it. So I thought I can just get points from there, so that it will be easy for you to follow. Right. So now the Western tradition of drama, okay, it actually owes its origins to Greek drama, to the Greeks especially. And not only that, but then the first principles of drama, that is, what is a drama, the definition of a drama, what goes into the making of a drama, what are the components of a drama. Now, all these were actually laid down. The principles of this was laid down by the Greeks. The Poetics itself, you can say, is a form of criticism of this drama. It not only theorizes or philosophizes or gives a definition of drama, but then it is also a kind of the first principles of criticism, how a drama is to be constructed, and so on. So all these were spelt by the Greeks. You have the Greek philosophers like Plato, and then Aristotle, and then followed by several others of them who have exhaustively discussed the function of literature, the purpose of literature, that is, and its relevance to man and his life. Okay, so it is not reading drama or literature at random. Now, drama is a part of literature, and then literature itself is a reflection of society, of human life. We all know that. And therefore, what is the purpose of drama, right? And how is it relevant to the everyday life of man? Okay, so this is what was theorized by people like Aristotle. And so Aristotle, he was a great philosopher, and he was also a student, a pupil of Plato, and he is the one who has laid down the foundation of Greek dramatic criticism. And he was born in Macedonia, Greece, and in spite of the doubts that, and it's not confirmed, people are not actually certain about his birth and all that. So in spite of the doubts that prevail, it is generally agreed that he was born in 384 BC and died in 322 BC. Now, he also became one of the most important influences in all Western traditions of literature. So not just for drama as such, but Aristotle is one of the preeminent models, okay, in the study of, or in the traditions of, Western literature. He analyzed the plays of the 5th century as well as those of his own time, classified the kinds of drama, and laid down rules for the construction of tragedy. So it is not at random that he has, tried to define what drama is, but then he analyzed, he studied the plays that were written before him, and as well as those written during his own times. He analyzed these plays, the kind of drama that were, and after studying these dramas, he deduced the principles out of that. He laid down the rules for the construction of tragedy. Now, actually, he had also defined comedy, but then all those parts of poetics are missing. Whatever is existing now is that of drama alone. So he was the founding father of dramaturgy. So now dramaturgy is nothing but the art of dramatic composition, and now that is called as dramaturgy, and he is the founding father of dramaturgy. Dramaturgy is also the theory about the representation of the main elements of drama on stage. So it is the study of drama, how drama is constructed, what are the elements that go into the making of drama, and how is drama represented on the stage. Okay, so all these elements, and that is called as dramaturgy. He is the father of founding father of dramaturgy, right? And so in ancient Greece, all drama was written in the form of poetry, right? So it was not in the prose form that we all know, but in poetic form. And so when a philosopher used the word poetry, it often included drama. Okay, so the highest form of drama was a tragedy according to the ancient Greek belief. The Poetics is one of Aristotle's most important treatises. In it, he outlines the 6 elements of drama. Down the ages, this outline has become a guideline for many playwrights throughout history, and is especially emphasized in the works of William Shakespeare. Okay, so his Poetics, Aristotle's Poetic, is an important treatise, and he lays down the 6 elements of drama, and this sort of became a kind of guideline, okay, principle, guideline for the future playwrights who came into writing drama. These people followed the rules of that were laid down by Aristotle in his Poetics in constructing drama and writing, plays, and especially that of William Shakespeare. So now Poetics was composed at least 50 years after the death of Sophocles. And Aristotle was a great admirer of Sophocles' Oedipus Rex, or Oedipus the King, and considering it the perfect tragedy, and not surprisingly, his analysis fits that play most perfectly. So whatever definition he has written on tragedy, that perfectly follows his study of Sophocles' play Oedipus Rex, and you find that Oedipus Rex fits into this definition of tragedy given by Aristotle. Now, so this is the definition that he had laid down. A tragedy then is the imitation of an action that is serious and also as having magnitude, complete in itself. So this tragedy is a complete form, literary form in itself, in language with pleasurable accessories, each kind brought in separately in the parts of the work, in a dramatic, not a narrative form. So it is not like a narrative, a storytelling as you have in a novel, okay? So, or fiction, but this is dramatic because it is going to be enacted on the stage, right? So with incidents arousing pity and fear. So you have incidents or events that are being enacted on the stage by characters, and which in turn will arouse emotions within the audience. It could be either pity or fear or laughter, whatever, wherewith to accomplish its catharsis of such emotions. So a sort of purification should occur at the end of watching a play, on the part of the audience. So, so a catharsis of such emotions. So this is the purpose of a drama, a tragedy, okay? And it's not in the narrative form. It uses language, and then in such a way that it conveys emotions to the audience, okay? And so this is how he has defined tragedy. Now, Aristotle distinguished 6 elements of a tragic drama. The first and foremost is the plot. And what is a plot? Plot is something that happens in a play, the order of events, so how events are organized or arranged in the play. Now, how it evolves, or how it, one after the other, how it moves on. The story as opposed to the theme, what happens rather than what it means. So it is not going to tell you what it means, but then what happens. So therefore it shows, it doesn't tell. Okay, so drama is something that is enacted on the stage, therefore it shows and not tells a story. Okay, now so plot is the most important part of element of tragic drama. The second most important one, and that which enables the plot to work, okay, which carries the plot forward, is the role of the character. So character is the second important element. And what is this character? The personality or the part an actor represents in a play, a role played by an actor in a play. Okay, so this is the character. A character enacts or represents the events or whatever happens in the play. Okay, a role that is played out by the actor. And the third important point is thought. So what the characters think during the course of action of the play, or the main idea expressed through the play. Now the fourth one is diction, that is language or dialogue. The word choices made by the playwright. So now the word or the dialogue or the language is something that fits according to, or that is used according to the plot of the play. Okay, so the word choices made by the playwright and the expression of the actors. So these words are appropriately expressed by the actors, enacted by the actors on the stage in delivering the lines. So how do they do it? So you have something called as conversation or dialogue or diction. Now that is being spoken by the actors on the stage. So how well they express or deliver the lines, the dialogues. So first one is plot, second is character, third is thought, and then you have diction, language, or dialogue. And then the fifth one is music or rhythm. By music, what Aristotle meant was the sound, the rhythm and melody of the speeches. So the way the language is used, that is why it was, poetic in itself. The language used for drama in those days was poetry and not, prose. So therefore, there should be some music, some rhythm, the melody of the speeches. Okay. And then you have the sixth element, that is spectacle. And what is the spectacle? The visual elements of the production of a play, the scenery, the costumes. Okay, so you have a story, you have characters, you have the events, and then these events have to be represented by the characters, for which purpose you have dialogue or conversation or words or language. And then you have the spectacle. So you need scenes, you need costumes, appropriate costumes worn by the characters, and then special effects in a production. So how do they represent war on stage? How do they, represent, the conflict within the mind of an individual character on the stage, right? So scenery, what kind of background they're going to have, all these things will come under spectacle. Now, so these are the six elements, okay? And so plot, character, thought, diction or language or dialogue, and then you have music or rhythm, that is the melody of the speeches, the dialogues, and then you have spectacle. So in the order of the importance or significance of the play, Aristotle has listed out these. Okay, so the plot now for ancient classical plays by Sophocles, etc. Now these playwrights, the ancient Greek playwrights, they depended upon for their stories from the existent mythologies. Okay, so they borrowed their stories or plots for their tragedies from myths. Okay, so myths were the basis of these plots, and the plot is a smaller part of a larger story that the tragic playwright decides to tell. When making a plot, Aristotle says the playwright must select a set of events from the larger story and organize them into a logical order, thereby giving a unified action. So it cannot be at random. The plot should have chronological development. There should be some logical sequencing of events that will take you to the climax of the play. Okay, so there should be some logical order. It should be organized, and then there should be that will only give unified action to the entire play. So the first thing, the plot must be a whole. So he in turn now defines each element. He has listed down the 6 elements. Now he defines each element as per their importance or significance. So he says the plot must be a whole in the sense it should have a proper beginning, it should have a proper middle, and it should have a proper end. So there should be a beginning, a middle, and an end. Logical sequencing. Okay, there should be some logical order or unified action. How this can be achieved is through a beginning, a middle, and an end. So nothing is, out of context, or nothing is at random, right? So now the base for the plot is from the myths, and these stories are borrowed and they are arranged in a certain way depending upon a particular tragedy. The plot is divided, or sequentially ordered into a proper beginning, middle, and an end. That is the development, the course of the plot, the development of the plot from the beginning to the end. Okay, it should be natural. And then the plot must be complete. That is, it should have unity of action. That is, what he meant was that the plot must be structurally self-contained, with the incidents bound together by internal necessity, each action leading inevitably to the next with no outside intervention, no thus ex machina. So there's no outside influence or outside interference. Now the plot should be contained, self-contained in itself. That is, it has a proper beginning, middle, and an end. And then there should be that unity, logical sequencing. Okay, so each action should lead one to the other in a natural way, right? And then the plot must be of a certain magnitude, both quantitatively, lengthwise, that is complexity, and then qualitatively also. Seriousness should be there, and universal significance. Okay, so already they have defined literature as that which imitates life. Okay, and therefore there should be some universal significance to that. Some kind of seriousness should be there, right? And so it should be of a certain magnitude, both quantitatively and qualitatively, right? And Aristotle argues that the plots should not be too brief. There should be a proper time limit, and it should not be too brief. Okay, it should not begin and just end like that, but it should have a natural course of time that will be required to enact the entire story or the plot of this play, of a particular play. So the plot may be either simple or complex, although complex is better. So now he speaks from the point of view of a tragedy. So when it is going to be enacted on the stage, you can't have a very simple story, because the purpose of tragedy is it should be cathartic in effect. Okay, it should purify the emotions of the audience who are watching the play. So therefore, he says a complex plot is always preferable, and simple plots only have a change of fortune. There's only a catastrophe. Okay. And whereas complex plots have both reversal of intention, or peripeteia, and then sudden reversal of fortune, and recognition of now you will understand how he explicates these terms when he's analyzing Oedipus Rex. Okay, so sudden reversal of fortune and recognition of a truth by the main characters. So there is some problem in the beginning, and now how slowly, gradually, these main characters, there is a transformation, there is understanding of the complexity of their situation. Okay, there is a transformation within themselves. Okay, and sudden reversal of fortune and recognition of a truth by the main characters, that is anagnorisis, and connected with the catastrophe or denouement, which is the event causing sudden damage or suffering. Okay, so peripeteia, anagnorisis, denouement, and then you have so this will be the complexity of the plot. So it cannot be a simple plot, it has to be a complex plot. Only a complex plot will include reversal of intention, reversal of fortune, a recognition of a truth by a main character, and then there is some catastrophe, and then there is, suffering, there is damage. So all these should happen, and only then the cathartic effect will come into place. Okay, so he says he prefers that the plot of a tragedy should be complex, in other words, right? So coming to character, so he says character is the second place in the importance, in the line of importance. And in a perfect tragedy, character will support plot, that is, personal motivations will be intricately connected parts of the cause and effect chain of action. So there is a cause, there is an effect, okay, in the course of the action, and these produce what? Pity and fear in the audience. So I already told you, the audience should be moved to pity and fear. Okay, so these emotions should happen within the audience, the mind of the audience. So if that is going to happen, then the character should be able to support the plot. Okay, so there should be personal motivations that will be intricately connected to the cause and effect of the entire plot. Okay, which produces pity and fear in the audience. And then in the in the ideal tragedy, what Aristotle claims is that the protagonist will mistakenly bring about his own downfall, not because he is sinful or morally weak, but because he does not know enough. So out of his ignorance, right, and the protagonist will bring about his downfall, not because he is very sinful, he is evil or something, morally weak, but then he is ignorant. Okay, so out of his ignorance, the protagonist will bring down his own fault, bring upon himself his own fault. Now, the role of hamartia, or fatal flaw in character. So there is flaw, there is something wrong in the character of that brings about his downfall. The hamartia, the fatal flaw, he calls, in tragedy, that comes not from its moral status, but from the inevitability of its consequences. So that is what previously he says, he is not sinful or morally weak, but then he does not know enough, and it just comes upon himself, right? So that fatal flaw in his character brings upon his downfall. The end of the tragedy is a catharsis or purgation or cleansing. Okay, catharsis is nothing but purgation or cleansing, okay, of the tragic emotions of pity and fear. So catharsis is another Aristotelian term that has generated considerable debate. The word means purging or cleansing, and what Aristotle seems to be employing is a medical metaphor. And tragedy arouses the emotions of pity and fear in order to purge away their excess. So in the minds of the audience, if there is too much of pity or too much of fear, that is cleansed, he says. That is purified. And that is the cathartic effect or purpose of the play tragedy itself. So he has borrowed this term from the field of medicine. And so emotions of pity and fear, in order to purge away their excess, to reduce these passions to a healthy, balanced proportion. So too much of anything is not good for the character, for the human being, right? So therefore, in order to cleanse the audience of too much of fear or pity in them, and to in turn give them a balanced, healthy proportion. That is what the purpose of a tragedy is. And Aristotle also talks of the pleasure element, okay, that is proper to tragedy, apparently meaning the aesthetic pleasure one gets from contemplating the fear and the pity that are aroused through an intricately constructed work of art. So here pleasure does not mean, happiness or, a lighter view of life, perception of life. But then the aesthetic pleasure, the way the play is constructed, a tragedy is constructed. So the aesthetics of that, the beauty of that tragedy will enhance the feelings of pity and fear, will remove the excess of such emotions from the audience. Now, then he comes to talk about the three unities, okay? Unity of action, unity of time, and unity of place. So the most famous of the Aristotelian rules were those relating to the so-called unities. right, of time, of place and action. Unity of time limits the supposed action to the duration roughly of a single day. So the plot should contain itself to a duration of a single day, 24 hours. So the beginning, the middle and the end that he was talking about, all events should happen and end by the end of a day. So the time limit for the plot is 24 hours, a single day, within a single day. See, for instance, you have even Shakespearean comedies, romantic comedies, where, one day the scene is set in even in Merchant of Venice, right? So in Italy, and then in Rome, on another day it is in some other place in Italy, in some other city. So even now we have our own movies. Okay, so for the dream sequences, they go to Paris, Eiffel Tower, for the song. So how is it possible in real life? Okay, it's not possible. So that is what Aristotle meant. The time limit for the plot, for it to unravel and to end, it should be only 24 hours. Okay, unity of place limits it. That is, the story should happen within a single day. Right now, unity of place limits itself to one general locality. So now you can't have it in Spain. Now you can't have it in Chennai. Now you can't have it in Mumbai. It's not like that. Unity of place limits to one general locality, just a single locality. And the unity of action limits itself to a single set of events or incidents which are related as cause and effect. So there should be a beginning, a middle, and an end. So that unity of action should consist of a beginning, a middle, and an end, a single set of incidents. You cannot have too many subplots that will, the play should be focused on the story that it tells or it shows. It cannot have too many stories or too many characters, that will spoil the entire effect. So there should be a proper beginning, middle, and end to that action. So coming to now, these are the principles that Aristotle had laid down in his Poetics regarding plot, character, okay, the three unities, right? And so now coming to now, all these principles that he has laid down, as I already told you, depends upon his study or analysis of the ancient Greek play, Oedipus Rex, or Oedipus the King, that was written by Sophocles. Okay, now let us go to the play Sophocles' Oedipus Rex or Oedipus the King. Now Sophocles was born in the year 495 BC, and in Athens, somewhere near Athens. And Sophocles was to become one of the great playwrights of the Golden Age. And he was one of the great innovators of the theater, and he was the first to add a third actor. He also abolished the trilogy form. So that these are the classical formats. Now Sophocles had brought about some changes in those existing formats of drama, and Aeschylus, for example, had used 3 tragedies to tell a single story. So this is what a trilogy. Okay, a trilogy is 3 stories, 3 plays. Okay, one single story, but you have 3 dramas. Now you have you had Ponniyin Selvan part 1, and then Ponniyin Selvan part 2, right? So these are 2 different movies actually, but telling the same story. So in those days, people like Aeschylus had told one single story in 3 different plays, right? And so Sophocles did not prefer this kind of a trilogy form. Right, so for him, each tragedy should be complete in itself. One drama is complete in itself with its plot, right? So that kind of change Sophocles had brought about. Now, of Sophocles' more than 120 plays, only 7 have survived in their entirety. Of these, Oedipus the King is generally considered his greatest work. Now, coming to Oedipus the King, which was written in 420 BC. Now coming to dramatic personae, the characters of the play, you have Oedipus, the king of Thebes, who's married to Jocasta. Now, who is this Jocasta? Jocasta is the wife of Oedipus and queen of Thebes. Then you have the character Creon, Jocasta's brother. He shares 1/3 of Thebes' riches with Oedipus and Jocasta. So these three people together, they possess the riches of Thebes. Now you have another character by name Tiresias. Now he's a blind prophet who knows the truth about Oedipus's parentage. So there is some mystery behind the parentage of Oedipus, the king of Thebes. So Tiresias is a blind prophet who knows this secret. And then you have messenger from Corinth. He arrives to tell that his father, the man Oedipus believes to be his father, Polybus, is dead. So he comes to tell that Polybus is dead and that the people of Corinth would like Oedipus to be their king. Then you have the character of the shepherd, the man who gave the baby to the messenger. Then you have priest, Oedipus the baby when he was a baby, right? So priest, then you have attendant, then you have Ismene and Antigone, Oedipus's young daughters who are led out at the end of the play. So these are the two daughters, Ismene and Antigone. Chorus of, now the classical drama also has this element of chorus, right? So chorus of Theban elders, a group of men who serve as an emotional sounding board and exposition device in the play, reflecting on the happenings and asking questions. The chorus speaks as one person. So you have, this element of the chorus, a group of men here in this play who, that is certain parts of the story cannot be enacted on the stage. So therefore, the chorus will narrate all these incidents to the audience. Okay, so what is happening, what is to come, reflecting on the happenings, such things are exposed. Now, the chorus speaks as one person, although sometimes single chorus members will deliver lines. Then I'll just give you the summary of the play. Now, at the start of the play, the city of Thebes is suffering terribly, and there is a plague, okay, and the city of Thebes is suffering terribly. Citizens are dying from plague, crops fail, women are dying in childbirth, and their babies are stillborn. So this is the kind of situation at the opening of the play, Oedipus the Rex. So the city of Thebes is suffering from plague, and the crops have failed, women are dying in childbirth, babies are stillborn. And then a group of priests come to the royal palace to ask for help from Oedipus. So Oedipus is their king, and priests, a group of them, they come to the palace to ask him for help. Their king who once saved them from the tyranny of the terrible Sphinx. So already Oedipus has established himself, as the savior of the people. So once again they have come, they've been saved from the terrible Sphinx by Oedipus, and therefore they approach him for help once again. Now Oedipus has already sent his brother-in-law Creon to the oracle. Remember, I told you Jocasta is his wife and Creon is the brother of Jocasta, right? So Oedipus has sent his brother-in-law Creon to the oracle of the god Apollo to find out what can be done. Okay, so in those days, in the classical mythologies, if you see, they believed in what is called the oracle. Oracle is supposed to be, the voice of God, you can say in simple terms. And whatever the oracle announced or said, that was the ultimate. Okay, so any problem they had, any kind of solution they needed, they always sought this oracle. Okay, the help of the oracle. So the oracle of God Apollo to find out what can be done. So the brother-in-law Creon has already gone there to find out solution for this problem. Now, so before Oedipus arrived in Thebes, the previous king Laius was murdered under mysterious circumstances, and the murderer was never found. So this is the incident that has already happened. And what is that? Before Oedipus could become the king, Laius was the king, and he was murdered under mysterious circumstances, and the murderer was never found. When Oedipus arrived in Thebes and saved the city, he was made king and married the widowed queen Jocasta. Okay, so Laius is the king, and he was Jocasta's husband. Now that Oedipus, he comes into Thebes, he has saved the city, and now he is married to the queen Jocasta, the widowed queen Jocasta, sister of Creon. Now Creon returns with the oracle's news. For the plague to be lifted from the city, the murderer of Laius must be discovered and punished. So remember, the people approach Oedipus for help to save the city from plague. Now, Creon was sent by Oedipus to find out from the oracle a solution for this problem. Now, Creon comes back to tell that Laius has been murdered, and the murderer of Laius has to be identified, has to be found out, discovered, and that person should be punished. Okay, so the murderer of Laius should be punished. Only then this plague can be lifted from the city. See, the oracle claims that the murderer is still living in Thebes. Okay, so that is the irony. Now, what the oracle says, the murderer is still at large, and moreover, he is still living in Thebes. So Oedipus curses the unknown murderer. Right? So what does the king do? He is now cursing the unknown murderer and swears he will find and punish him. So he takes an oath that he is going to find the murderer and punish him. He orders the people of Thebes, under punishment of exile, to give any information they have about the death of Laius. So he now wants information from the people. Oedipus sends for Tiresias, the blind prophet, to help with the investigation. So Tiresias also comes in. Now Tiresias refuses to tell Oedipus what he has seen in his prophetic vision. So Tiresias knows the truth already, the secret behind the death of King Laius. Now he refuses to tell Oedipus the prophetic visions regarding this. Now Oedipus accuses Tiresias of playing a part in Laius' death. So you're also involved. That is why you're refusing to share the information regarding his murder. So Tiresias grows angry and says that Oedipus is the cause of the plague. He is the murderer of Laius. So in his anger, see, he is now provoked by Oedipus. Now Oedipus, without his knowledge, remember I already told you, the character is ignorant, okay, and does not, is not an evil character. So it's so here Oedipus seems to be that sort of a person, and he, unknowingly he provokes Tiresias, and in his anger, Tiresias, he declares that Oedipus is the murderer and he is the cause of the plague. He only murdered Laius. Okay, so as the argument escalates, Oedipus accuses Tiresias of plotting with Creon to overthrow him. And while Tiresias hints at other terrible things that Oedipus has done. So now this argument ensues. When argument ensues between the two, immediately they start blaming, each other. And so Oedipus accuses Tiresias of plotting with Creon to, overthrow him. And then Tiresias now tells terrible things about Oedipus. Okay, so convinced that Creon is plotting to overthrow him, Oedipus declares his intention to banish or execute his brother-in-law. So that is the next thing he's going to. He has already murdered Laius, and now he's going to execute Creon also. Jocasta, on the other hand, in the chorus, they believe that Creon is innocent and beg Oedipus to let Creon go, right? And he relents reluctantly, still convinced of Creon's guilt. So somehow he believes that it is Creon who's responsible for this. Still he relents. He gives up. He lets him to go. Jocasta tells Oedipus not to put any stock in what prophets and seers say. So she advises him, don't believe whatever Tiresias tells. That Oedipus is the murderer and it is because of him there is plague in Thebes. So Jocasta tells him, you don't believe all that story. Now, as an example, she tells him the prophecy she once received that Laius, her first husband, would be killed by their own son. So, this prophesying is not new to, Oedipus alone. So she says, when at one point in her life, even she heard a prophecy that her husband Laius will be killed by their own son. But she says that never happened. And yet Laius was killed by strangers. Okay, the son did not kill, it is only strangers who killed Laius, and her own infant son was left to die in the mountains. So the child was, her son was still a baby, and he was just left in the mountains to die. How can he, could have killed his father? So that did not happen. Laius was only killed by strangers. So don't believe in such prophecies. So, but her description of where Laius was killed, a triple crossroad, worries Oedipus. But whatever information now Jocasta, divulges, now Oedipus, he is worried, because whatever she narrates, all that, seems to suit his own the situation at that time. So it's the same place where Oedipus once fought with several people and killed them. Okay, the place that she says where Laius was killed, that is the place where Oedipus had fought with several people and killed them, one of whom fit the description of Laius. So see how the prophecy had come true. He asks that the surviving eyewitness to Laius' murder be brought to him. So now he wants to cross-check, what actually happened, and therefore, so he wants one eyewitness to come. So he tells Jocasta that oracles have played a big part in his life as well. And he received a prophecy that he would kill his father. So just like Jocasta had received a prophecy that her husband will be killed by their own son, now Oedipus has also received a prophecy that he will kill his own father and sleep with his mother. Okay, so now Jocasta is the mother, and Oedipus is, married to her without the knowledge that she is his mother. You understand? So he will kill the father, sleep with the mother, and which is why he left Corinth. So when he received the prophecy, it was in Corinth. So he left that city in order to avoid this misdeed, that is of killing his father and marrying his mother. Okay, so in order to avoid that only, he left Corinth, and he never went back to Corinth. An old messenger arrives from Corinth with the news that Oedipus's father, King Polybus, okay, this is the foster father of Oedipus, has died of old age. Okay, the father who brought him up. So Polybus has died of old age, and this encourages Oedipus. So therefore, the prophecy is not true. Okay, that is what Oedipus believes, because Polybus is his father and he is now dead. King Polybus is dead. So it seems that his prophecy might not come true, but he remains worried because his mother is still alive. So he does not know that Jocasta is his mother, but he thinks that Polybus is his father. Now that Polybus is dead, he's not going to murder him. So he is dead. Now he is still worried because the mother is still alive. And the messenger tells him not to worry. The king and queen of Corinth were not his real parents. So this is another twist to the story. Now the messenger also tells, don't worry, the king and queen of Corinth are not your real parents. Now the messenger himself brought Oedipus as a baby to the royal family as a gift after a shepherd found the boy in the mountains and gave him to the messenger. Remember, Jocasta tells that her son was there lying in the mountains as a baby. Now that baby is brought by a shepherd and handed to the messenger, and the messenger in turn gives the child to King Polybus. Okay, he comes to Corinth and gives it to King Polybus. Now, the shepherd now is the same man Oedipus is already sent for. So that shepherd is the eyewitness, right? And eyewitness to Laius' murder. So that is the person who's now coming to unravel the whole thing. Now Jocasta begs Oedipus to abandon his search. See, now look at the irony. Oedipus is getting closer to the truth. Okay, and step by step he's unraveling one after the other, one instant of the other, and he's just arriving closer to the truth. So at this moment, Jocasta says, you just give up, abandon your search of your origins. But Oedipus insists he must know the story of his birth. So Jocasta cries out in agony and leaves the stage. Okay, maybe she has, she's worried that the prophecy will come true. The shepherd arrives but doesn't want to tell what he knows. Only under threat of death does he reveal that he disobeyed the order to kill the infant son of Laius and Jocasta, and instead gave that baby to the messenger. So this shepherd finally arrives in Thebes, and he refuses to tell the truth, but under threat of death, he reveals. He is being threatened by Oedipus that he will be killed. So therefore, he tells the truth for fear of life, and then he says that he disobeyed the order to kill the infant son of Laius and Jocasta. Okay, so the mother and son he refused to kill, and instead gave the baby to the messenger. And that baby is only Oedipus. Okay, so that baby was Oedipus, who in fact killed his father Laius and married his mother. Now Oedipus realizes that he has fulfilled his awful prophecy, so he understands that he is the reason for his father's death, and then he is the one who has now married Jocasta, his mother. Okay, so the prophecy is revealed completely. The truth is out, and Queen Jocasta cannot bear this. She kills herself, and Oedipus, in a fit of grief, he gouges out his own eyes. So he removes his own eyes. He makes himself blind. So blind and grief stricken, Oedipus bemoans his fate. Okay, so so he is not. It was not his motive to kill his father and marry his mother. Okay, but it is the divine destiny, the oracle, and he's now grief stricken. Now Creon, after consulting an oracle, grants Oedipus's request and banishes him from Thebes. So Oedipus is now banished from Thebes. The play, it is written in the form of, in the poetic form, right? So therefore, you have only lines in poetry, right? Now here the play has 1,680 lines in the poetic form. The play Oedipus Rex has 1,680 lines in the poetic form. Right, now coming to the full analysis of Sophocles' Oedipus Rex on the basis of poetics. So this is how Aristotle has interpreted the play. Okay, so in his poetics, Aristotle outlined the ingredients necessary for a good tragedy, and he based his formula on what he considered to be the perfect tragedy. So Sophocles' Oedipus the King is the perfect tragedy according to Aristotle, and based on this play only, he has outlined the principles of a good tragedy. Okay, the elements that will go into the making of a good tragedy. So according to Aristotle, a tragedy must be an imitation of life. It should tell something about your own. It imitates human life. Okay, it reflects. It is a reflection of life in the form of a serious story that is complete in itself. In other words, the story must be realistic and narrow in focus. That is, the plot must be narrow. There shouldn't be, here it is only the story of King Oedipus, right? And how he killed his father and married his own mother, how he brings about curse upon his own city, his own people. So now there is nothing else added. There are no subplots here. Okay, so that is what Aristotle meant. So it should be narrow in focus. And a good tragedy will evoke pity and fear in its viewers. So when imagine the audience watching such a play, they will not hate Oedipus. Rather, they will feel pity for him, and it invokes a sort of fear as well. Okay, so a good tragedy will evoke pity and fear in its viewers, causing the viewers to experience a feeling of catharsis. So that those emotions of pity and fear in the audience will be, purified, right? It will be, it's a sort of purgation or purification that happens. If there is too much of those emotions, they will be balanced, okay, at the end of watching such a play. That is a cathartic effect. So catharsis in Greek means purgation or purification, and running through the gamut of these strong emotions will leave viewers feeling elated. So at the end of watching such a play, what happens is the feeling is elated. Okay, they feel lifted actually. They feel light in their minds, light at heart. Okay, they are not. It's not an emotional burden anymore within them. Okay, in their own real life, right? So in the same way, we often claim that a good cry will make one feel better. Okay, so if you are very emotionally upset, something is affecting you, so it is better to cry it off, right? You shed tears, you weep, you cry, you are out of that, okay, of that struggle, or that hardship, or that sad event. But if you keep everything inside you, it is not good for you, right? So too much of suppressed emotion is not good for you. It's not good for your health, mental health, or physical well-being. So therefore, once you cry it off, you let out your emotions and you become light at heart. Okay, so that is what cathartic effect means. Aristotle also outlined the characteristics of a good tragic hero, and what he felt was he must be better than we are. Okay, so as a man, as a human being, if you look at Oedipus, he was always, worried or cared about the welfare of his own people, right? He was a better king, a better human being, right? And a man who's superior to the average man in some way. So he was not just a king, but then he was bothered about the welfare of his own people, right? He would do anything for his own people. So that was the sort of person Oedipus was. He was not evil in any way, right? And he was a better human being. And in Oedipus's case, he's superior not only because of social standing, but also because that's what, not just because he was a king, but then he was very smart. He's the only person who could solve the Sphinx's riddle. Okay, so the curse of the Sphinx. Remember, the people say that he has saved them from the curse of the Sphinx. So every time the Sphinx asked a question, it was Oedipus was intelligent enough to answer that query. So therefore, he was able to save the people from some kind of problem. So at the same time, the tragic hero must evoke both pity and fear. So that is what we don't, when we watch Oedipus, a character, we don't hate him, or we don't, he only evokes the feelings of pity within us, pity for him, and the fear that he will be, affected in some way, that he will be punished. Okay, and Aristotle claims that the best way to do this is if he is imperfect. So Oedipus is imperfect in certain other ways. A character with a mixture of good and evil is more compelling. See, he murdered his father, but that is not because of his evil nature, right? Okay, in his ignorance, in his innocence, right? He was the reason for the death of his father, right? He was not directly evil in any way, and therefore it is a mixture of good and evil. It is beyond him, right? His nature, his character, more compelling that a character who's merely good, right? And Oedipus is definitely not perfect. Okay, so Oedipus is not a perfect character. So what Aristotle says is, you cannot idolize a character. If a person is too good, a human being is too good, it cannot be true, right? We cannot accept that. So if a person is normal, in the sense that a mixture of good and evil are there in him, somebody who's imperfect, okay, that person can be identified with the audience. The audience can at once identify themselves or their character or their nature with that of Oedipus. So that kind of a representation. Okay, although a clever man, he's blind to the truth and refuses to believe Tiresias' warning. See, in fact, Tiresias warns him. He says, no, I cannot tell you the truth. At once, Oedipus, he provokes anger in Tiresias. Okay, he refuses to believe in what Tiresias says. Had he believed, all these could have been avoided, but then he refuses. So that is the nature of his character. Okay, and so he's blind to the truth. And although he's a good father to the two daughters, okay, he unwittingly fathered children in incest. Okay, who are those two daughters? They are born to his mother. Okay, so that prophecy has been fulfilled. He has married his mother, and through the mother he has given birth. He's a good father to them, right? But then the problem is, He has fathered those children in an incestuous relationship. Okay, the children are born to his mother through him. So you know that. So you can always feel pity for him. He's caught up in those events which are beyond him, right? And a tragic hero then suffers from his hamartia, this tragic flaw in his character. Okay, the error in judgment. He is so blind that he cannot believe the truth even when he sees it. He does not believe what Tiresias has to tell him. Okay, he does not listen to Tiresias. So a Greek word that is often translated as tragic flaw but really means error in judgment. So that is what hamartia means, error in judgment. So often this flaw or error has to do with the fate. A character tempts fate, thinks he can change fate, or doesn't realize what fate has in store for him. So there is something beyond him. Okay, so there is a destiny, there is a fate which he cannot change, but he foolishly thinks he can even change destiny. Okay, the focus on fate reveals another aspect of a tragedy as outlined by Aristotle, that is dramatic irony. And good tragedies are filled with irony. That is what Aristotle says. And how these incidents, happen ironically, right? And the audience knows the outcome of the story already, but the hero does not. That is the most effective part, right? So the audience knows what is going to happen to Oedipus at the end of the play, right? But that Oedipus himself does not know. And so whenever so audience knows the outcome, but hero does not, and making his actions seem ignorant or inappropriate in the fate of what is to come. Whenever a character attempts to change fate, this is ironic to an audience who knows that the tragic outcome of the story cannot be avoided. The Sphinx's riddle echoes throughout the play, and then even though Sophocles never mentions the actual question she asked. Now, audiences would have known the Sphinx's words. So, this is the question put forward. What is it that goes on 4 feet in the morning, 2 feet at midday, and 3 feet in the evening? Now, Oedipus's answer, of course, was a man. Now, in the course of the play, it is Oedipus himself who proves to be that same man. Okay, and so he is an embodiment of the Sphinx's riddle. There is so much talk of Oedipus's birth and his exposure as an infant. Here is the baby of which the Sphinx speaks about crawling on 4 feet, even though 2 of Oedipus's are pinioned. Now, Oedipus throughout most of the play is the adult man standing on his own 2 feet instead of relying on others, even gods. So he doesn't even place his trust in gods. And at the end of the play, Oedipus will leave Thebes as an old blind man. He uses a cane. So that cane is that swollen foot. Okay, he's limping actually, and he uses a cane because of that. And this is a prefiguring of the 3-legged old man. So this is what the Sphinx had said. Okay, the 3-legged old man. So his 2 legs as well as the cane that he uses to move forward because of his blindness. Now, Oedipus is more than merely the solver of Sphinx's riddle. He himself is the answer to the riddle that is put forward by the Sphinx. So using dramatic irony to involve the audience, the characters come alive in all their flawed glory. The play achieves the catharsis of which Aristotle speaks by showing the audience a man not unlike them, a man who's great but not perfect, who's a good father, who's a husband and son, and yet who unwillingly destroys parents, wife, and children. See, and Oedipus is human regardless of his pride, his intelligence, and his stubbornness, and we recognize that in his agonizing reaction we realize that. Okay, and watching this, that is, he's not evil incarnate after all, right? And he's a human just like any one of the audience. And watching this, the audience is certainly moved to both pity and fear. Pity for this broken man, and fear that his tragedy could be our own, right? So it could be any man's tragedy. The tragedy of Oedipus could be any man's tragedy, and the pity that they have for this broken man, right? And so this is what brings about the cathartic effect, and which purges the soul of the audience. And so that is the end of Oedipus Rex. Have you followed? Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions? I think it's already time. If you have questions, you can always ask me in the next session. Okay.
Okay.
If you want, I can even share the slides with you later, right? To your email ID. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Good morning. This is Dr. Gayatri here now for this session to do British fiction.
Okay.
Hope you're all having the textbook with you. Do
Yes,
you
ma'am.
all have the textbook with you, British fiction?
Yes, we have. I have.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Ma'am, I'm
If-
not having the book with me.
Okay, fine.
I'm
Then,
in a job, so that I not bring today, ma'am.
okay, okay, fine, no issues. You can
Thank
just
you, ma'am.
take a paper and jot whatever important points you feel like. Okay, you can
Yeah,
take
of course,
notes,
ma'am.
and after going home, you can just refer to it. So, you must be having an idea about British literature. Okay.
Yes, okay,
So
ma'am.
you would be having an idea, and you must have also come across certain techniques and points of view and other things by which you could give a reading to the novels. Okay. So here in this paper, British fiction, you will be having 5 units. So the textbook contains 5 units starting from the 18th century novel. Okay, it starts with Henry Fielding's Tom Jones, moves on to Dickens, and then Unit 5 ends with Graham Greene's Shades of Green. Okay, so let us start with Unit 1. You all like Uh, the textbook starts with the neoclassical age. Okay, so Henry Fielding's period is from 1707 to 1754, which we can term as neoclassical age. So we can also call Henry Fielding as the novels, father of novel, and here we can see, like page 5, the unit 1 starts all the lessons or all the chapters here give a brief it gives a brief biographical sketch about the author, and then only moves about talking about that particular novel. Okay, so here first on page 5 we have the novel Tom Jones as the title. It is by Henry Fielding, and a short biographical sketch about Henry Fielding is given, his life and career, and how he came out with this new genre novel is told. Okay, a brief history about all that is given. So, if you see, we find that this Henry Fielding was born into a society where at that time people were new to this genre. But now, of course, we have plenty of novels, and hence, since he was the first to take up this genre, we can call him as the father of English novel. And he was born into a wealthy family and he was educated. He started his writing career as a playwright only, and he has written a number of plays, and more than 15 short plays are to his credit, 8 long plays. But he got established as a novelist only. Okay, so if you take Fielding's novels, we find him as an extraordinary person involving in dialogues, and he is able to structure his fiction in an amazing way, and he beautifully handles even complicated plots, and most of his novels are a reflection of society. If you take all the novels of that are present to us in all these 5 units, So it starts with 18th century novel, and then, it moves on to the period of Dickens. Then you have this 19th century, 20th century, and all. If you read all these novels, you will find that these novels are portrayals of society itself. Of course, you have realistic novels and modern novels. Some of the modern novels concentrate on consciousness. It deals with stream of consciousness technique, which is purely, the reading of the mind of the characters. But here, to start with, Henry Fielding's novels are realistic novels in the sense that it presents to us stories. It presents to us stories about some main characters, and then, you have so many other characters also. So more than 20 characters are there in this novel itself. Okay, so you have the characters mingling with each other, and the turn of events, what they do, what is their family, you come to know everything about them. So in the sense, this novel is not a novel which is interested in taking up only one character and bringing out the inner mindset of that character. Okay, it is not a psychological novel. You have the term given to some novels which are termed as psychological novels, but this novel will not come under Tom Jones will not come under the category of psychological novel, because it does not deal with the psyche of the central character. Okay. So here we are going to have the physical events only. So in English literature, you have two terms, significant terms like temporal and spatial. You can note this down. Okay, temporal and spatial. What is this temporal? Temporal and spatial. So what is this temporal? Temporality is something which is time bound to time. So everything is presented to us in a chronological order. Whereas spatial means referring to space. So being in the class now, your mind can also wander elsewhere. Okay, your physical presence marks temporality, whereas your mind wandering here and there refers to spatial. So here in Tom Jones, Henry Fielding is narrating to us the story of Tom Jones. Tom Jones is the central character. So, if a novel carries the name of a central character as its title, if the novel is entitled with the name of a central character, then we can also call it as eponymous character. For example, Tom Jones is the protagonist here. What do you mean by protagonist? The central character. Tom Jones is the central character. We can call him as the eponymous hero because his name only is there in the title of the novel. Okay. So before going into Tom Jones, let us look at Fielding's concerns in writing novel. So he is very much concerned about the then society, that is the 18th century society. He was born in 1707 and he was interested in chronicling the 18th century English society. Okay. So he has portrayed here the various social evils of the period. If you study this novel, you will come to know what were the practices of that time in Britain and what were the social concerns. Okay, so he actually began his career as a lawyer, and he wrote this novel only to make a parody of Samuel Richardson's Pamela. Okay, he wanted to make a mocking imitation of Pamela, and so he wrote Shamela, which was in the form of letter writing. It was in a form of series of letters from the heroine to various acquaintances. It was in the form of epistolary method of writing. Epistolary means in the series of letters. Okay, so he had actually written to imitate, make a parody of Richardson's novel only. But then later on, he took up to this serious subject also, reflecting the then society of Britain. Now he has also written Joseph Andrews. Okay, Joseph Andrews, which was kind of testing ground for him to adopt many novel writing techniques in his later novel Tom Jones. So if you take Joseph Andrews or Tom Jones, we see that the plot of the novel, the story of the novel are all tightly knit and very complex, and they are fastly moving. They have a very fast moving plot. And as outsiders or as readers, we will be amazed at the way he has written the story. So, both Joseph Andrews and Tom Jones can be called as picaresque novels. Picaresque. So, if you have the text, it is given on page 6, last paragraph, some fifth line or so. So, these both Joseph Andrews as well as Tom Jones can be called as picaresque novels. So, what is this picaresque? It is the adventure of a picaresque novels are novels which deal with the central characters who are kind of rough and dishonest, but they have a kind of appealing. They appeal to the readers also. They are appealing heroes also, who attract the readers, who have the sympathy of the readers. Okay, they are dishonest. They involve in a lot of misbehaviors, etc. But then the readers find them charming also, because in the end they are shown as changing themselves into good characters. So, picaresque novels are where the heroes move from one place to another, and they indulge in a lot of rough ways, adventures, and finally turn to good. Okay, they become good. So, we have these two novels exhibiting that, and we see that Henry Fielding's characters constantly battle within themselves, whether they should be good or evil, and also there is always the uh, continuous battle between virtue and vice, good and evil, etc. So both these novels, Tom Jones and Joseph Andrews, have a circular kind of movement, they say. That is, the story starts from the countryside. The story begins in a village, then it moves to the road. From the road, we see them moving to city, and then from the city back to country life. Okay. So now coming to the story of Tom Jones, we see that the story starts in the village side, countryside. So where the country is least affected by civilization. So, just to look at the main characters, you have Squire Allworthy. So, the characters are given on page 9. Okay, Squire Allworthy, who's a rich landowner and a widower who has lost his three children after childbirth, and his wife also dies. So, he is the only person in his family. Okay, with his sister, living with his sister, Bridget Allworthy. So, he doesn't have a wife or his three children. He is alone, but he lives with his sister Bridget Allworthy. And then you have Tom Jones, who's the central character of the novel. So who is this Tom Jones? Tom Jones is actually, I am not building any suspense because you would have read the story. If you haven't read the story, you please read it. So this Tom Jones is actually the illegitimate son of, he's actually the son of Bridget Allworthy. He is born to Squire Allworthy's sister, Bridget Allworthy, and one Mr. Summer. Okay, and one Mr. Summer, who dies before the birth of his son. Who dies 6 months before the birth of his son. So then Bridget did not want to own up the son. So it is decided that one Jenny Jones, who's the maid servant of Bridget. Okay, so she will take the ownership of the child. That is, it is supposed that she is the it is supposed that Tom Jones is the illegitimate son of Jenny Jones and one schoolmaster, Mr. Partridge. So it is supposed like that, but then actually Tom Jones is the son of Bridget Allworthy, nephew of this rich man Squire Allworthy. Okay, so even if you look at these names, no, see this Allworthy and Mr. Square, Mrs. Western, Mr. Honor. So these are all characters appearing in this novel. All seems to be allegorical. So what is this allegory? Kind of personification. The character which they represent is given as names. Okay, these are all flat characters, not round characters. Anybody could be Mr. Western or Mrs. Honor or Mr. Allworthy, like that. Okay, and Tom Jones. This Tom Jones, the name Tom Jones. In Britain, if you see this name Tom, Jones, Dick, Harry are all common names. It could be any man. Okay. So Tom Jones is actually a foundling in the sense he has been deserted by parents. Nobody is claiming for him. Okay. So the biological mother is Bridget Allworthy and father is Mr. Summer. Mr. Summer has died. So now he is assumed, it is assumed that he is a illegitimate child of the maid Jenny Jones and Partridge. So then if you see, you have this character Jenny Jones and then Mr. Partridge and then Master Blissful. Okay, Master Blissful is the second son of Bridget Allworthy. Okay, so he is born to Captain Blissful and Bridget Allworthy. So then Squire Allworthy claims him to be his heir, unless and until he comes to know that Tom Jones is also his nephew. So you have the other character, Mr. Thwackum, Square, Dowling, Square Western, etc. So if you come to, I mean, if you read the novel, you will have an understanding. Now come to page 11, where the outline of the story is given to you. Okay. So as I said, Squire Allworthy is one of the richest and most benevolent men in England. So because he doesn't have a family of his own, his 3 children died and his wife also died. So because of that, he lives with his unmarried sister Bridget Allworthy. But then a child is born to Bridget Allworthy, which is not known to Squire Allworthy. So what happens is, one day when Squire Allworthy comes back to home, he sees a child on his bed. Okay, and then there is a rumor that the child is the son of Jenny Jones. So this Miss Squire sends Jenny Jones away from the country, and then he brings up. He puts the child under the custody of Bridget, and they bring up the child. Okay. Later, what happens? One Captain Blissful, he marries Squire Allworthy's sister Bridget, and out of the wedlock between Captain Blissful and Bridget, Master Blissful is born, and the son. Okay, so actually, this Captain Blissful is a very bad fellow. Like he is a hypocrite who wants all the wealth of Squire Allworthy for himself, but he dies all on a sudden, and then now it is believed that all of Mr. Squireworthy's wealth and property would go to the small Mr. Blissful, Master Blissful. Okay, and we see that Tom Jones wins the affection of Squire Allworthy, but then because of his playfulness and not being very serious in life, he is not able to get a good name from the people around him. Okay. So in book 2, we see how Mr. Partridge is employed to teach Come to page 12, please. Book 2. So we see the elderly maid servant, Bridget, although openly most kind. See, Bridget and Jenny Jones know that Tom Jones is the son of Bridget, okay? But then it is Squireworthy who does not know about this. You please read the story, okay? Only if you read, 18 books are there, okay? The book is divided into 18 chapters, like the first 6 chapters deal with the story that happens in the village, in the countryside. And then the other 6 deals with the story that happens on the road. And the last last 6 chapters deal with the city. And then again we see them all going back to the country, okay? And it is all about the birth of Tom Jones, how he grows up, and then how he falls in love and marries. So now in book 3, we see that Tom Jones is in his teenage. Okay, he enters his 14th year, and we see that he is not under the control of anybody, and he is prone to vice. He is prone to making mistakes, and there is now, a comparison between the small Mr. Bliffle and Tom Jones. Tom has been convicted 3 times for robbery, it seems. Robbery means not big robbery and all. So he steals some fruits from an orchard, and then he takes away duck from a farm, and then a ball from young Bliffle's pocket. So all these small mistakes, show him to be somebody who's not of a good character. Whereas this Master Bliffle, who's known to the world as Bridget's son, the real son, he also grows up, but then he is also like that only. But then whatever mistakes he does is not brought to the knowledge of Allworthy. So in order to correct Tom Jones, Mr. Allworthy puts Tom Jones under the tutorship of Mr. Thwackum. So he is appointed, Mr. Thwackum, who's a clergyman, is appointed to take care of both Tom and Bliffle. But then Mr. Thwackum alone is not able to bring about, or get involved in correcting Tom Jones. Okay, so they have their adventures. These 2 young boys, they have their adventures, and this Tom Jones involves in stealing a horse also. Finally, when you see, when you look at his mistakes, when he steals something, or when he robs, or when he is, charged of doing something wrong, when it is examined, it would be seen that he has done all those things in order to help one or the other character in the novel only. He would have committed all those we cannot call them as crimes, but then he has committed all those wrongdoings because he wanted to help somebody or the other in the novel. But somehow this young Bliffle, who's the second son of Bridget, he used to escape from all these things, whereas Tom Jones used to be caught up in it. Now coming to book 4, which is on page 14. You are introduced to another character, another central character, the female character, Miss Sophia Weston. So she is the only child of Squire Weston. So again, she belongs to a very rich family. So her acquaintance with both Tom Jones and Bliffle, her choice with her acquaintance with Tom Jones and Bliffle, she prefers Tom Jones. She is resentful of Bliffle, and she always loves the company of Tom Jones. And Tom Jones also likes the company of Sophia, but somehow he does not realize that he loves her. And as they grow up, Tom Jones falls for a girl called Molly Seagram, who's not of a good character. Okay, Molly Seagram, she is the daughter of a Black George, a poor man, whom Tom Jones often helps. So he actually Tom Jones is not aware of Molly Seagram's character. She is in love with many men, but then once she gets pregnant, but she makes Tom Jones believe that Tom Jones is the reason for her pregnancy. So things go on like this, and Sophia also comes to know that Tom Jones is after Molly Seagram, but she is unable to make him move away from Molly Seagram. So later on in the novel, we come to know that Tom Jones comes to know about the true nature of Molly Seagram, and that he was not the reason for Seagram's pregnancy. All this happens in the course of the novel. And finally, what happens is Sophia falls in love with Tom Jones, and Tom Jones also falls in love with her. And then, but then, due to some misconduct of Tom Jones, he is sent away from Squire Alworthy's house. And Squire Alworthy also declares that Bliffle only is his heir, and that he only would inherit all his money and other things. Okay, so this is how it goes on. But later, by the end of the novel, we come to know that Squire Allworthy understands the true character of Tom Jones, and that Tom Jones, if at all he had involved in any misconduct or misbehavior, it has been to help somebody or the other. And with the turn of events, finally we see Sophia's father, Mr. Western, and Squire Allworthy planned to get them married. And Mr. Western's sister, Miss Western, she also wishes Sophia to get married to Bliffle only, and Bliffle knows that he only is going to inherit the wealth of Squire Allworthy. So they some kind of planning and all go on, and finally everything is revealed, and even the true birth of Tom Jones is revealed. Okay, so please read the novel. It has many more characters also. So if we embark upon a detailed narration of the story, then we might not look at the other aspects. Okay, so from you have a very detailed narration of the story in this textbook. Just remember that it has 18 chapters, first 6 concentrating on the events in the city, events in the countryside, and then the next 6 on the road, and the last part concentrates on the events that are happening in the town, and again they meet on the road. So finally what happens, the book ends with you also have the Jenny Jones meeting Tom Jones, things like that. Okay, so finally there is a happy ending with Sophia and Tom Jones getting married, and the truth also comes out that Tom only is the son of Squire Allworthy's sister Bridget, and Mr. Summer is his father. He was a clergyman. So all these truths come out, and the novel ends on a happy note. So here we see that all these characters like Tom Jones, Sophia, and then Jenny Jones, Squire Allworthy, they're all not very round characters. Nothing is, we are not able to see the inside of their minds, only the events that are happening outside is given to us. The novel is a realistic novel in the sense it only the physical happenings are given to us. We are not shown, like Tom Jones is the central character and the female center character is Sophia. They do undergo a lot of torments. They are tortured, but then what happens within their minds are not given to us, because this is not a psychological novel. It is a picaresque novel where the central characters' adventures are given to us, and we can also call this novel as a novel of growth, because the novel registers the temporal events, the time events of whatever happens in the central character's life. So, right from his birth to his marriage, and after that having a happy life, that is given to us. So Tom Jones is born. He is born as an illegitimate son, and then you see his parentage is revealed, and how he grows into a matured human being. He has a lot of adventures. He is not portrayed as a fully good character. He is portrayed with all evils also. He's shown as stealing things from people. He's shown as beating people, and then he is also shown as as a womanizer. Like he goes with other women also. But in spite of all these things, some kind of goodness is also shown in him. Goodness is innate in him. So that is also shown in the novel. So life is, a mixture of good and evil, vice and virtue. So that is what Fielding is trying to bring about in this novel. And this novel shows how Tom Jones, being a frivolous character, gains maturity also, gains maturity, and then he starts living a good life. So there are also other characters who could be compared with any character amongst us. So any X or Y. That is why Fielding has chosen quite common names. Okay, Tom Jones, etc., like that. So from the exam point of view, they will be asking you, like, you should compulsorily read the story, know what the story of the novel is, and then your interpretation, like questions will be asked. How can you call this novel as a realistic novel? So, what is a realistic novel? Something which registers the physical events. So, right from the birth of Tom Jones, he grows up. What are the incidents that he faces in his life? So, the novel is in the form of episodes. So, there is this episode with. There is this episode with his birth, and then how he is disowned by Squire Allworthy, and then how he helps, how his affair with Molly Seagram, all are in the form of episodes only, making it interesting for the readers. So, from the exam point of view, you might be asked to read Tom Jones as an epic, as a comic epic. Okay, so that is given on page 27. So why? How can you call this novel as an epic? It cannot be termed as an epic, but then why it could be called as an epic is given in a detailed manner to you. So the third paragraph on page 27. So the moral heroism, it has a tendency to universality. So Fielding promises a sweeping treatment of time, which helps to create distance and perspective in 18 books. And then this novel is about human race and not about one single individual. Usually psychological novels concentrate on only one or two characters, revealing the innermost things that happen in the minds of those characters. But here we have more than 20 characters spreading to a time frame of 20 years. So Tom Jones's journey through life from childhood to manhood to maturity and to wisdom. So you have a term called Bildungsroma in English literature. Bildungsroman. So what is this Bildungsroma? A novel of growth. Okay, a novel of growth. So this is what this novel is exactly showing. It has taken one central character and it is tracing that character's growth from childhood into maturity. It is tracing that character's growth from childhood to maturity. Okay, so how that character, after having a frivolous childhood and adolescent stage, attains maturity and wisdom after getting married. Okay, so this is how the novel is. And if you want to read this novel as a picaresque romance, and that is also given on page 28. So what is a picaro? Picaro means a rogue and a wanderer. So that is what Tom Jones exactly is. So he is involved in a lot of adventures to which the people, the other characters in the novel, also, in some way or the other are connected with him. So, whether the relationships between among the characters are important or unimportant, um, a story is built up there, and we see how Tom Jones emerges as a good character at the end of the novel. So it contains some kind of moral story also to tell us. And Sophia, with her goodness, is also able to change Tom Jones. Okay, so the series of events in which the story is built, it is also like a film. So the settings are given to us clearly, and the structure of Tom Jones is also discussed on page 30. You just have to give it a reading. I hope you will really not find it too difficult to understand. Okay, first you read the story, the outline of the story, the plot of the story, and then try to analyze the novel in from certain perspectives. Okay, so we see that Fielding is also good at using satire and irony. Okay, so he presents in a humorous way the follies of society, the follies and foibles of society. So this novel is a reflection of the 18th society, how the then 18th society, the youth of the then 18th society were like. Okay, so irony, for instance, the intention of the characters would be something, but what happens would be the opposite. For example, Bridget Allworthy's husband, Captain Bliffle, he marries her with the intention that all the property of Squire Allworthy would come to Bridget's sons or children only. But then what happens? He thinks that Squire Allworthy would die and all the property would come to Bridget. But what happens is he himself dies first. He dies before Squire Allworthy. So how irony is portrayed and how things are presented in a very satirical manner. Satire is often used to bring about reformation in a society, and that is what Henry Fielding has exactly done in this. And we cannot completely say that all his characters are flat characters, because the novel contains round characters also. Okay, so we see some characters are superstitious, quarrelsome, eccentric, etc. And there are also some extremely good characters like Squire Allworthy. That is why, he has given this name as Allworthy. Okay, it's a kind of allegory. So, thus we see that Tom Jones can be considered as a comic epic. It is not an epic, but then it can be considered as a comic epic because it contains certain features of epic. And we can also consider Tom Jones as a picaro. Hence, this novel could be read as a picaresque novel. Okay, so and you also have the elements, the elements of satire and irony found in this novel. So if you please read the story, read the plot of the novel, and if you have any doubts, you can please ask me in the next class. Okay. Now to Unit 2, David Copperfield. So Charles Dickens is a famous writer, next only to Shakespeare, and his novels are evergreen. Anytime you take and read the novel, it has its impact on us. Okay, So, David Green by Charles Dickens. Charles Dickens, again, most of his novels are said to be autobiographical. Like Fielding's, Tom Jones, this novel is also a novel of realism only, because this again, although these novels deal, although these novels contain some emotional moments or portrayals, we see that they are more interested in presenting the realistic aspect of the characters. What happens physically, where they are moving from one place to another, what they are doing, where they are working, what are the tortures that they are undergoing in the different places. That is what these authors are interested in presenting. They are interested in presenting the everyday reality, serious treatment of everyday reality. Earlier, the classical, neoclassical writers were interested in portraying lives about the kings and, royal people. But it is the writers who came at a later stage, they were interested in talking about the people who belong to the inferior groups in society. Okay, so for example, they talk about poor people, they don't talk about knights and people belonging to the royal lineage. Okay, so these writers are interested in presenting the modern realism, like industrialization began to crop up, and what the characters are really undergoing, what pain these characters are really undergoing. That is what these writers were interested in portraying. So, here in David Copperfield, again, David Copperfield, the name of the central character, David Copperfield, the eponymous hero of this novel. So, he belongs to a socially inferior group. He is not a rich person. Okay, so the subject matter, the content of this novel is the life of an individual, a boy. Again, we can call this novel also a maturity novel, a novel of growth, Bildungsroma, which shows the boy being born. He shows his childhood, what sufferings he undergoes in his child, and then later on how he grows up and turns into manhood. Okay, so novel of growth. So and that too, we don't see these central characters having happy life. They face existential problems. What is this existentialism? All these terms you have to remember. Okay, so existentialism, the condition of to be or not to be. Okay, whether you have to live your life or not, what are the problems that you are facing in your life, whether your life is worth living, okay, because of the problems that they are facing. David Copperfield, here, Dickens is interested in portraying the then problems of the society also. He portrays the problems of 19th century society. So, child labor, how children are forced to enter into jobs, works, and that too not into menial labors. Okay. Um, you see Blake talking about chimney sweepers, how children are forced to work as laborers. So like that, here in David Copperfield also, you see how Charles Dickens is able to present the then problems of the society. The authors are keen on making reflections on the then society. So in his real life, Charles Dickens's father himself was working as a clerk, and then he went into a lot of debt, and because of his debt, he was imprisoned also. So these autobiographical elements we can find in this novel also. Okay. So, Dickens is not only a great storyteller who talks about the lives of common people, but he also is a great He also makes great descriptions about the cities and whatever things were present in the then society. So he has this capability of presenting the London scenes very vividly and dramatically, and his dialogues, like Henry Fielding's, are most powerful and dramatic. But it is said that he often indulges in melodrama, making, all on a sudden, bringing about sadness, evoking sad feelings in the readers. So that is called as a shortcoming also. And most of his novels are sentimental and full of pathos. But the important key feature in his novels is his humanitarianism. For example, David Copperfield depicts the evils of imprisonment for debt, and he also reveals how the abuse of society and the other evils in prison not only remove children of their happy childhood but also make their lives hellish. Okay, so here again you are given the principal characters on page 35, 36. So you have David Copperfield. Here, the summary is not as lengthy as it was given in the previous novel. So, on page 37, you have the outline of the story. So, David Copperfield was born 6 months after his father's death, and he, since his father died, the mother married the second time. She married Mr. Murdstone. The very name Murdstone, okay, starts with the word murd, okay, murderer. So that his stepfather does not take sympathetically towards David Copperfield and gives him a hell a lot of troubles for his childhood. So actually, when David Copperfield was born, that is after the death of his father, his aunt, Miss Betsy Trotswood. So she is an eccentric great aunt. So she was present there on the night of his birth, expecting a girl to be born. When she came to know that it was not a girl for whom she wanted to be the godmother, she flees away from that place in anger and she never comes back. So, because of being left all alone, David Copperfield's mother remarries. So, she marries one Mr. Murdstone, but at the same time, David Copperfield is taken care of by one Miss Peggotty. Okay, so the maid servant. So David Copperfield is brought up by Miss Peggotty, and it is with the entry of Mr. Murdstone that the peacefulness of his life is lost. He is not able to have a good childhood. So when Clara Copperfield, David's mother, when she marries Mr. Murdstone, David Copperfield is sent away. Actually, David Copperfield is extremely afraid of Mr. Murdstone because, in the name of teaching him with his studies, he only tortures him. And along with Mr. Murdstone, his sister, Miss Murdstone, also comes to stay with them. So life becomes hell for David Copperfield because they are real stepfathers who torture. They are real step relatives who torture him. So because of that, for holidays and all, he is sent to stay with Miss Peggotty. So Miss Peggotty has a brother, okay, and she lives with she has a brother who lives with his nieces, Emily and Ham. Emily and Ham. So it is said that David Copperfield has very good childhood and he remembers a happy childhood because of being playmates to these two kids, Ham and Emily. Okay. So later in chapter 4, we see that he's sent back to live with his mother after having a brief holiday with Peggotty's. He goes back to his mother and then only to be tortured by the stepfather. Later on, he gets a step brother also. Before giving birth to the second son, Clara Copperfield and Murdstone send him to a school, okay, which is not a very good school. So he is sent to a school called Salem House, which is a very dull one. And it was actually only after going to the school he understands that he was sent to school by his stepfather as a kind of punishment only. So he goes there, and in school he gets the friendship of James Steerforth, who was 6 years elder to him. Okay, James Steerforth. So because he got the friendship of Steerforth, he escaped some of the punishment in Salem House, okay, in that school. Later on, he receives the news of his mother's death, and it seems the mother had also given birth to the second child, and that son also had died along with her. Okay, so he lost both his step brother and the mother, and now he is left with no relatives at all. And coming back to Mr. Murdstone, he runs away from that house and he runs to Aunt Betsy's house. So he goes to great Aunt Betsy's house. Betsy somehow accepts him, and he sends for Murdstone also. She sends for Murdstone. She sends a message to them that David Copperfield was with her. And then both Mr. Murdstone and Miss Murdstone come there, and then it is agreed that David Copperfield would stay with the aunt. Okay. So living with the aunt, he joins. He is put to work with one Mister Micawber. Later on, he says he witnesses. David Copperfield witnesses how Mister Micawber gets into a lot of debt and is also imprisoned for that. Okay. Then we have in chapter 13 and 14 on page 40. So we have finished that also, I think. Now coming to chapter 15, we see that David was being sent to a school in Canterbury. Okay, so he reached Canterbury, and then they visit Aunt Betsy's lawyer, one Mr. Wickfield. Okay, Wickfield is a lawyer, and he has a clerk called Uriah Heep, a boy of 15. So this Uriah Heep, we see that is also the villain of the novel, or villain to David Copperfield. So he works as a clerk in the firm of Wickfield, and then Mr. Wickfield recommends a good school for David, but then because Aunt Betsy did not want him to be put in a boarding house, he is made to be in the same school. So it is here that he meets Wickfield's daughter Agnes, who would later become David Copperfield's second wife, because his first wife dies of some illness. So he later marries Agnes. Agnes is the daughter of Mr. Wickfield. And Agnes and David Copperfield become good books. They talk about, they become good friends. They talk about books and all. So that part of David Copperfield was a little pleasant, not on the harsher side. Okay. So, and then we see this Uriah Heep and Mr. Micawber, who was imprisoned for his death. They become friends. And David Copperfield finds Micawber's influence in his life also very significant. He has learned a lot of things from Mr. Micawber also. So, meanwhile, we see that Mr. Wickfield, that is Agnes's father, Mr. Wickfield, who engages Uriah Heep as the clerk to work for him. So Uriah Heep indulges in a lot of misconducts, which affects David Copperfield's life also, because um, it is all given on chapters 25 to 27. Can we discuss this in the next class, or shall I finish the story now itself? Because you will be having another class now. We have some more chapters to finish. Okay, so it will not be nice if I'm going to take another person's class. So I'll just summarize this in the next class and move on to the discussion of some of the important topics of this novel in the next class. Okay?
Yes. Thank you, ma'am.
You also read. Meanwhile, you also please read the story and come. Then only you will be able to enjoy the interpretations that are given for the stories. These are, big novels, and especially this novel consists of. You need not read the original novel, but if you have the textbook, you can please go through the story. Only then you will be able to better understand the interpretations that are given for that. And those of you for who have not received the textbooks are already given on the DD website itself. You can please download that. Okay,
Okay, ma'am.
right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Am I audible to you?
Sir.
Hello.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello. Hello, sir.
Yes, yes, madam. Yes, madam. Wait for 5 minutes. I'm just sharing my PPT. Is PPT visible to you?
No, sir.
Why it is not going? Okay. Not able to share my PPT. Okay. Try to share. There is a technical problem. Okay. Okay. Start my class. Am I audible to you? Right.
Yes, sir.
Why it is not shown? I don't know. Now it is visible.
हाँ जी
Sir.
Yes. Thank you. I hope that the PPT is visible to you. Right? So in literary criticism, we have 5 units. So classical and neoclassical criticism, where you are going to study Alexander Pope and essay on criticism. Samuel Johnson, preface to Shakespeare. Second unit, you are going to learn something about romantic criticism, where you are going to study about Wordsworth and Coleridge, the most prominent writers in romantic period. Wordsworth preface to second edition of Lyrical Ballads, and Coleridge Biography Literature, chapter 14, 16, and 17. In Unit 3, you are going to study about Victorian and Modernist criticism, where you are going to learn a theory on Matthew Arnold's study of poetry and T.S. Eliot's traditional individual talent. In Unit 4, you have a practical and new criticism, I.A. Richards' Four Kinds of Meaning, and Clanbrooke's Irony as a Principle of Structure. Unit 5, you are going to learn psychological and Marxist criticism, where you are going to learn Freud's creative writers and daydreaming, Raymond Williams' realism and the contemporary novel. Raymond Williams is very important in cultural studies. It is very important to study cultural studies. Those who are preparing for JRF NET exam, they have to give primary importance to cultural studies, literary theory, and literary criticism. Cultural studies, literary theory, and literary criticism, you can get 20 to 25 marks in UGC NET JRF exam. Okay, so literary criticism plays a major role in getting more marks in UGC NET JRF exam. Those who are preparing JRF exam, you can give primary importance to literary criticism, literary theory, and cultural studies. Cultural studies, Raymond Williams, Richard Wogart. Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Richard Wogart, Stuart Hall, and Raymond Williams are very important in cultural studies. Okay, you have to prepare because you will get 20 marks in 20 to 22 marks in JRF exam. Once you clear JRF exam, you may get 37,000 per month to do PhD in IIM, IIT, or any central universities or any other universities in India. Okay, so literary criticism plays a major role. So before starting the concept, you just go through the question paper pattern. Okay, you just go through the question paper pattern where how many questions are asked in 5 marks and how many questions are asked in 12 marks. You have to know all these things because you are preparing for exam purpose, right? Okay. An essay on criticism, Alexander Pope. So there is no 2-mark question in your literary criticism. I think there will be 5-mark and 12-mark. So prepare according to the marks. Okay, 12 marks question and 5-mark question. I hope that have you ever seen the question? Have anyone seen the question paper?
For me, no, sir.
No. Okay, okay. I will show the question paper also. I will give the material also. You have your own study material. I try to give my own material. It will be useful for you to get more marks in exam. And one more thing is that we are not going to discuss elaborately about all the concepts. Okay, you just understand the basic concepts on yes, 12 marks and 8 marks. I believe that 8 marks and 12 marks, right? 5 8 marks and 12 5 marks. 5 marks 12. 5 into 12 60. 5 into 8 40. 100 marks. Okay. I will give the material. You have your own material. University has given you the material. But if you need, I will give my own material. No other issue. Okay. You can get it from mail. Okay. I will send it to you through mail once I complete the class. Okay. So an essay on criticism, we are going to see the Alexander Pope's concept. An essay on criticism, actually speaking, it is a poem. It's not a criticism. Actually, it is a poem, but it is included in a criticism because he has given Alexander Pope, one of the famous writers in neoclassical period. You have to, for example, those who are preparing for NET exam or JRF exam, you have to study Alexander Pope and John Dryden, Dr. Johnson elaborately in neoclassical age. Neoclassical age, Alexander Pope, important works, Dunciad, Rape of the Lock, okay, Essay on Man, Essay on Criticism. You want to study all these things elaborately, not, okay, you have to study detailedly to get marks in NET exam, okay. In as far as essay on criticism is concerned, it is a poem. Actually, it is a poem written in the form of third person perspective. Third person perspective, where he talks about, he sums up his beliefs about the qualities of a worthy writing, how a writer should write, and also explain without bringing his own personal voice or history into the discussion. Okay, a new criticism is primarily focuses on new criticism and formalism. Primarily focuses on text. Whatever it is, the text. Okay, you have to concentrate on the text. In the same way, Alexander Pope, before new criticism, he talks about how a quality writing should be, and he expands them without bringing his own personal voice or history into the discussion. Whenever you write a critical piece or whenever you write any critical work, okay, you should not introduce your own personal or history into it. Okay, for example, we may say that it is a, we can say that a reader response criticism. New criticism focuses on, I hope that I am just giving a wider view of some of the critical concepts. New criticism gives a primary importance to text. So everything is based on text. Okay. Reader response criticism gives importance to the views of the reader, views of the readers. Okay. Stanley Fish and other writers have given importance to readers' response criticism. Okay. In this essay on criticism in neoclassical age, he has written a poem in the form of rhyming poem. Content is akin to non-fiction essay. It is more or like equal to non-fiction essay, where Pope arguments about writers and critics, how the writer should be, how the critic should evaluate the work, how the writer should write the work. Alexander Pope wrote and translated many different types of work in literature. Especially, you should know that he is the only one who translated the works of Horace. Horace's important works of Horace, he translated into English. Okay, you should know that because he is a good translator. He translated many works in English literature using poetic forms to express diverse content. Diverse content. Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Essay on Criticism is a three-part poem in which Alexander Pope shares his thought on the proper rules and etiquette for critics. In this poem, it's a three-part poem. Actually, poem should not be included in criticism paper, actually speaking. But this poem talks about the proper rules for critic. That's why it is included in the criticism paper. Critic assailed Pope, his background, his religion, and his physical appearance throughout his career. Okay. Pope has a lot to say about critics, about their common mistakes, and how they could do their job in such a way that intelligently support the literary piece. So in this work, Alexander Pope tries to talk about critics' common mistake. What are the mistakes the critics are made while criticizing the work? How they could do their job in such a way. So he is also explaining how the critics should do their work intelligently, wisely, to support the literary process. Literary process. Okay. So in part 1, he explains that in part 1, I said that there are 3 parts. There are 3 parts. So I am just giving the summary of 3 parts. In the first part, Pope explains that both critics and writers should understand the rules for poetry set forth by ancient Greece and Rome. Ancient Greek poet and Roman poets, including Homer, Horace, Ovid, Aeschylus, and many writers, have set the rules and regulations for writing poetry. For example, Aristotle has given the theory for tragedy and poetry. Homer has given, Homer, one of the greatest writer in ancient classics. Okay, the ancient writers have set forth, have given the proper rules for writing poetry. So, Pope asked the critics and writer first understand the rules given by the ancient writers, because the ancient writers have given the rules and regulation for writing poetry based on the laws of nature. They followed nature. The ancient writers, based on the laws of nature, they set forth the rules and regulation for poetry. How they have set forth the rules and regulation? Balance, symmetry, beauty. Based on balance, symmetry, and beauty, without ornamentation, without giving, how can we say that? A writer should write based on the laws of nature. Ancient Greece and Roman writers have given proper rules for writing poetry by following the balance, symmetry, and beauty. Okay, to truly, according to other Roman, Greek, and also Pope, first follow nature. First follow nature. Writers and critics must have good judgment and wit. The first point is that writers, okay, follow the nature. They follow the nature first. Nature in the sense that whenever you write, you have to understand the balance of the work and also how beautifully it is written. Okay, so first to follow nature. Writers and the critic must have good judgment and wit. Whenever the writer, whenever the critic is going to criticize a work, okay, he has to judge, okay, in a proper manner. It is important for writers to stick their rules, stick to the rules. Critics should also understand that sometimes new approaches are needed for newly developing truth. Newly developing truth. So whenever you are going to write a new poem, okay, you have to, whenever you are going to write a new poem, you need to follow the new rules and regulation. Critic must understand this. But overall, the writers, the poet, have followed the rules and regulation set forth by the great writers like Greek and Roman. Okay. Next, part 2 and 3. Part 2 focuses on critics and lists the many ways that the criticism is ineffective and appropriative. So part 2 in essay on criticism, if for first part he says that the writers must follow the nature. The writers must follow the nature. The meaning is that the rules given by ancient Greek and Roman writers, they have to follow the rules and regulation given by the ancient and Greek writers like Homer, Horace, Ovid, etc. Okay, so those who are criticizing the work, those who are writing, those who are criticizing, they have to understand the rules given by the great writers like Homer, Ovid, Dante, and others. Okay. In part 2, he says that he focuses on how the criticism is ineffective and inappropriate. Some of the common mistakes include, okay, what are the mistakes the critics are made while criticizing the work? That means their criticism are inappropriate and ineffective. So he says that the common mistakes are made by critics are considering the part and not the whole of the work. Considering the part and not the whole of the work. Here, Pope says that whenever the critics criticizing the work, they are not reading the whole work. They are just read few parts and they criticize the work. And also the critics paying attention only to the rules and not to the content. For example, when you criticize for example, you are watching a movie. Okay, you are watching a movie. How would you criticize a movie? Am I audible? Is it clear to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is it clear to you? Okay, thank you. So here, what are the mistakes critics are made while criticizing the work? That's why the works are ineffective and inappropriate. For example, we take the example of film studies, criticizing the film. Okay, what are the things you have to see while criticizing the work? I'm just giving the simple example. We are not taking any work. We are just taking a movie. For example, you are taking a movie and criticizing the work. What are the things you have to look into? First, you have to see the content. Second, you have to see the acting. Third, you have to see the screenplay. Fourth, you have to see the actor's performance. Then only you can give your own criticism. But in work, what are the things you have to see? First, you have to read the work first. While criticizing the work, the critics must read the work only. He has to read the full book. Second, he has to read the content. He has to know the content. Third, there are relevant qualities are there. Fourth, if it is a new work, you should not praise. Simply you should not praise the new work. So same thing we can apply to the Alexander Pope says that whenever you criticize a work, you should read the work only. You have to read the whole book. For example, the book is about 200 pages, or the poem is about 8 pages, or 100 lines, or 200 lines. You are just reading 2 to 3 lines and giving your own comment. You should not do that. Second, paying attention only to rules and not to content. So most of the critics, while criticizing the poem or any other work, they are just focusing on the rules and regulation and not the content. Content in the sense that the ideas given by the writer. The content. Right. You should not judge because of metaphor, imagery, style, or other relevant qualities of a poem. You are just judging because of metaphor is there, imagery is there. You should not judge like that. And also, critics are praised the work simply because they are new, extreme, foreign, or certain point of view. Here, whenever the new work arises in the field of literature, the critics are saying that it is a beautiful work, it is a nice work. You should not say like that. You want to see certain things while criticizing the work. One is you have to read the old book or old poem. Second, you have to understand, you have to know the content. Third, you have to know everything about the text. Fourth, since it is a new book, you should not simply praise. Okay, you have to see all the things related to the work. After that, you should give your own criticism. Is it clear to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The third part, an essay on criticism, comes from a more positive and encouraging perspective. So here he is giving a positive note on the writers and critics. Pope explores what makes a great critic. What makes a great critic? How can a critic a great? The ideal qualities a critic should possess include. What are the ideal qualities should be there for a critic? For example, if you want to be a critic, for example, you are studying MA. After studying MA, you may study journalism also. Okay, when you are entering into the journalism field, okay, you should not criticize the work. Since you are a journalist, you should not give your own personal opinion. Okay, you should not say your own opinion. You should not criticize based on your own biased views. Without knowing the truth, you should not say anything. The same way, a critic, the ideal critic should be, you should have a integrity. You should have a integrity, honesty, okay, humility. Humility means humbleness. You should be a humble person. And then courage. You should be a valiant person. Okay. You should have integrity, humility, courage. The poem closes with the extended tribute to the ancient Greek and Roman writers, as well as English writers, who Pope feels best emulate the ancients. So, in the closing of the poem, he praises the great writers, ancient writers okay, he gives proper tribute to ancient, including Greek writers, Roman writers, and also English writers. He believes that the best critics are balanced and reflective. They are very balanced. Okay, they should be objective. They are balanced in their professional and also personal life. Once here, the balanced means they should be objective and also reflective. They have to use the words carefully, because if they use the wrong sentences, if they use any abusive sentences, if they use any sentences against the author, for example, if I use any derogatory comment about the author, okay, the author's life, the career may end because of the comment. So the critic and the writers should use appropriate language to criticize the work. So we have seen the part 1, part 2, part 3. In part 1, he says that, okay, how the critic or writer should be. Follow nature. First, follow nature. In second part, he says that what are the mistakes a critic has made? What are the mistakes a critic has made? In third part, he encourages the critic how a critic should be. A critic should have integrity, humility, and courage. And also, he should use the appropriate language, okay, to criticize the work. And otherwise, it mars the career of the writer. It may destroy the career of writer. You should be a balanced and reflective. A critic should be balanced and reflective. So in the poetic form, okay, he explains elaborately discusses about the responsibilities of critics. About the style, in the poem, we can give the style of Pope. About the style, Pope influences are wide-ranging and include many ancient and Greek Roman texts as well as contemporary texts about poetry and criticism. In this poem, he uses many ancient Greek and Roman texts. For example, Homer's Iliad, Odyssey, Dante's Divine Comedy, Ovid's Metamorphoses, and English poems also he used to demonstrate, okay, how the critic should be, how the writer should be. That's why it is title named as an essay on criticism. An essay on criticism contains many well-known epigraphs that are based on classical authors' works. He has given lot of epigraphs, witty sayings. I try to give some epigrams to you to understand. Pope writes in heroic couplet. He uses the heroic couplet, which are two sentences using iambic pentameter, whose last syllable rhyme and together express a distinct idea. He uses a heroic couplet by using iambic pentameter. Iambic pentameter is the most common meter or pattern of syllables in English poetry. Most of the writers are using iambic pentameter. Pope uses this format to write various kinds of literature that are not commonly dealt with poetic form. So he used this format for various kinds of literature. An essay on criticism can be understood as a non-fiction persuasive essay that rhymes. It's a poem. We can say that it is a non-fiction essay which has rhymes. For example, Rape of the Lock function as rhyming short stories. Pope's English translation of Homer's work is revolutionary in its use of rhyming verse to recreate his experience of hearing the poetry as the ancient Greeks had. So he translated, okay, Homer's many works, okay, right. He has given some advice for writers. I once again reiterate the points that what are the most important rule for writers. The advice is, what is the first advice? Can anyone tell me? Am I audible?
Nature.
What is the first to follow nature?
Follow
First to
nature.
follow nature.
Follow the
Okay,
nature.
first of all, follow the nature. You just remember this, which is full of life and truth, yet symmetrical and orderly. Nature means full of life and truth. Whenever we say, that's why we say that. That's why you are going to study the Dr. Johnson's preface to Shakespeare, where he says that Shakespeare is a poet of nature. Actually speaking, Shakespeare is a playwright. But he says that, Dr. Johnson says that Shakespeare is a poet of nature. And also, Wordsworth is considered as the nature poet. That's why Pope asked the writers or any other critic to follow nature. Nature means life and truth. Those rules of old discovered, not devised, are natured still, but nature methodized. So here he says that ancient Greek and Romans are the best example of following the laws of nature in writing. For example, if you are following the nature of nature while you are writing, you can be a good writer. You can be a good writer. The ancient writers like Dante, Ovid, Homer, Horace, whoever it is, they follow nature. They follow nature. You ought to learn from their brilliance. The writers, the upcoming writers, have to understand the works of great ancient writers like Horace, Homer, and others. And you have to apply what they learn to their work. As a critic, as a writer, Pope advises that the writer should follow the rules and regulation of the ancient writers, and also you have to apply when you are writing your own work. So writers should model their working on the rules of old, but great writers can be more flexible. Why we are saying that Shakespeare, Milton, Ben Jonson, for example, Spencer, Pope, Dryden, Dr. Johnson. Okay, why we are saying that T.S. Eliot? Why we are saying that great writers means they read the old book, they read the books of the great writers, great writers like ancient writers. They read the works of ancient writers of Rome and Greeks. Okay. After that, they write their own works. Okay. That's why they are still considered the greatest writer. Okay. They read the works of ancient Greeks and Romans. Okay. So T.S. Eliot also says himself that he is a classicist in nature. Okay. T.S. Eliot says himself that he is a classicist in nature. Actually speaking, he is a modern writer. Why he is saying that he is a classicist? In the Augustan age, especially Pope and Dryden, okay, Augustan age is also called as neoclassical age. Why we are calling as neoclassical age? Classical age means following the rules and regulation of the classical writers. Okay, then they produce the new writing. Following the footsteps of the great writers of Romans and Greeks, they write a new poem. That's why they are called as neoclassical writers. So it reiterates that. Pope reiterates that, and he says that the writers should study the ancient, learn from their brilliance, and apply what they learn to their own work, and apply what to learn their own work. After that, after reading the great works of Romans and Greeks, you have to apply your own writings. Then only your writing will be more flexible. Your writing will be more flexible. Great writers will at times have to break rules in order to express modern ideas and the ambiguities of human life. Great writers, like many writers, I'm just giving the example to you. Okay, it is written in neoclassical period. Neoclassical period means Augustan age, the age of Dryden, the age of the other names of Augustan age, neoclassical age, the age of Dryden, the age of Pope, the age of sensibility, the age of prose. We may give many terms to this age. So he says that great writers sometimes break the rules in order to bring about new ideas, modern ideas in their work. However, however, even the best writer must study and understand the reason for the rules of poetry established by the ancients. Okay, here I once again says that I already given the concept that though new approaches are emerging, new writings are emerging in order to speak about the ambiguities of human life, the great writers, the best writers must study and understand the ancient writers. They study and understand the ancient writers. After that only they can break the rules to write about the ambiguities of human life in modern period. In order to become great, if you want to be a great, if the writer wants to be a writer must first know the limitation. The writer must know the limitation. Okay. Is it clear to you?
Anji.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Once again, he says that the writer should use the language. The language should be used to convey meaning. You have to convey the meaning and as a means to express ideas eloquently. Two purpose is needed. Two purpose. You have to use the language in two purpose. One is you have to convey the meaning. And the second is that the idea should be presented eloquently. For example, if you read the poems, Rape of the Lock, or if you read the poem, Dunciad, or if you read the poem, Milton's Paradise Lost, or Shakespeare's sonnets, 154 sonnets. Shakespeare has written 154 sonnets. In 37 plays, Shakespeare has written 37 plays, where you can see that the ideas are conveyed. That is, the subject matters, the meanings are conveyed, and it has to be conveyed eloquently, properly, beautifully. Okay, you have to understand that. A writer must use the language. A writer must use the language in a proper way to express meaning and ideas. So both are important. Both are important. For example, convey meaning, express ideas eloquently. Convey meaning. You have to convey the meaning. The content. Content. You should know that. You should know how to present the content. Second point is that how you present the content eloquently, because the reader must read the poem and he has to appreciate the poem. He has to enjoy the poem. Sorry. It should be a pleasurable reading. It should be a pleasurable reading. These two are very important. You should not sacrifice one for the other. A writer must use how to use the content, convey the meaning, and how to use the ideas eloquently. Okay, which are required in the poetry of his day. He expresses his admiration for the works of Homer, whose work he later translated, and the development of voice that characterized classic Greek and Roman text. Okay, so he gives the example of Homer. Later, he translated the Homer's work. Okay, he translated Homer's work. Just remember that. Fourth, emphasizing staying true to one's own expressive voice as a writer, while generally limiting oneself to the established rules of poetry. What Pope says is that you have to use your voice as a writer to deliver your content. You use your voice because you are the embodiment of the age. For example, you are going to write a poetry, you are going to write a novel, you are going to write a drama. It should be the voice of 20th century, 21st century. You can't write about 20th century, 19th century. Though you have read about the works of 19th century Victorian poetry, romantic poetry, romantic ages, you have learned all these things in your life. But when you write only about your contemporary life. Okay. True to one's own expressive voice as the writer. You have to be the expressive of your voice, and also you should know the limitation, that is the rules and regulation given by poetry by great writers. Then he has given advice for writers. Now he has given advice for critics. Advice for critics. Critics, the one who criticize the work, okay, play a large role in the literary world by influencing people access to and thoughts about writers' work. For example, if you just write, you just type it down about Shakespeare criticism, okay, you will get more than 5 lakhs criticism. 5 lakhs criticism. I am just quoting that. For example, when Shakespeare writes in 16th century, I'm just giving example. When Shakespeare writes in the 16th century, Hamlet is considered as, okay, in psychological approach, Hamlet is an uh, Oedipus complex. Hamlet is as a Oedipus complex. Oedipus complex means a theory given by Freud, Sigmund Freud. Okay, first they analyze the work in psychological approach. Oedipus complex means son mother's relationship. Son mother's relationship. If you are if you want to study the psychological concepts, especially in novels, means you just go through the works of D.H. Lawrence, Sons and Lovers, Women in Love. Okay, you just read Sons and Lovers, you will understand. Okay, it is an autobiographical novel. You can understand how Oedipus complex is portrayed in the work. For example, if it is a father-daughter relationship, means it is Electra complex. It is Electra complex. Okay. In coming to Pope, Pope says that critic are the one who influence people, because you can see that whenever you want to go any movie, you just see the reviews of few people and you decide whether to go the movie or simply movie or not. Okay, you just review, you just get the review from few people, but most of the reviews are negative. I believe that most of I say that in my opinion, most of the reviews of a film are negative only. Okay, no one is giving proper review. Pope sees his satirical work pays acclaim many readers but asks respect from some critics. Pope writes many satirical works, including Dunciad. Okay, for example, Dunciad, Epistle to Dr. Arbuthnot, where he criticized many people. He criticized many people directly. He directly criticized them, okay, in the work. But many critics are not happy with Pope's criticism. So that's why Popes warn critics that they often think they know more than they actually do. He says that through his experience, he says that critics believes that they know more than actually they do. Actually, they don't know anything about criticism, but they think themselves that they are the great critics. Okay, one of the best line taken from essay on criticism. A little learning is a dangerous thing. A little learning is a dangerous thing. Okay, we have to study a lot. Otherwise, for example, if you know, you can talk. That's why you say that a little learning is a dangerous thing. If you know only small things about certain subject, okay, you are talking about that means it's very dangerous. Okay, little learning is a dangerous thing. Drink deep or taste not the Pierian spring. The Pierian spring is a reference to ancient Roman fountain that represented the muse or goddesses who inspired writers, artists, and musicians to critique. What he says that you drink or taste not the Pierian spring. Okay. Here the Pierian spring means that ancient Roman fountain. Okay, it's like a fountain where muses are there. Many muses are there, or goddesses are there. Many goddesses who inspired writers, artists, and musicians to create a work. With this epigram or witty saying that teaches a lesson. It teaches a lesson to the critic that a little learning is a dangerous thing. What he means is that you have to read more, okay, when you criticize. When you criticize a work, you have to read more and understand the concept. After that, only you can criticize. Pope expresses that critics without in depth learning do not have access to the beauty or meaning of poetry. He says that a critic who don't have in-depth learning, if you don't have in-depth learning, you should not understand the beauty or meaning of poetry. You just give your own criticism. It is not needed. So a critic should understand, okay, the work fully. You should have a in-depth learning. In-depth learning. Thus, their critics are not to be taken seriously. Those who are criticizing the work superficially, we should not consider them. We should not consider them. Such critics may fall into habits such as judging poetry based on imagery, its beautiful use of language, or surface details. So, critics who are just judging the work based on imagery, language, and the surface details, okay, they fall from criticism field, in the field of criticism. What he says that about critics means a critic, I once again recollect the point that a critic role is very important, okay. They influence people to access the writer's work because by reading the criticism only, the readers are take the book and read. Third point, as he knows very well about since he is the satirist, he knows very well about that. Okay, the people think that the critics think that they actually know more. They know more than they actually do. Actually speaking, they don't know anything. Third, a little learning is a dangerous thing. You should have a in-depth knowledge about the text, then only you can criticize. If you don't have in-depth knowledge, your criticism will not be taken seriously. Taken seriously. Those who are criticizing the work superficially will definitely, okay, they won't praise. They will definitely fall into the field of literature. Am I clear to you? Is it clear to you?
Sir.
I'm just giving some quotation. You just note it down. Okay. For your better understanding, you have to write some quotation. Just note down the quotation. First, follow nature. First, follow nature. I taken it from essay on criticism. You just note it down. We may say that epigram. We may say that it is an epigram. Second quotation. A little learning is a dangerous thing. A little learning is a dangerous thing. Second line. Drink deep, or taste, T-A-S-T-E, taste, not the prayer and spring, not the prayer and, P-I-E-R-A-N, prayer and spring. Next quotation, to err is human, to err, E-R-R, to err is human, H-U-M-A-N, semicolon, to forgive, comma, divine. To forgive, comma, divine. The meaning is that human can make mistakes, but God will always forgive. So we use that to err is human. We are using because after Shakespeare, Shakespeare is the most quoted author in English literature. Try to remember that. The first one, the first place goes to Shakespeare, the most quoted author. Whenever the English in literary field, they quote Shakespeare. After that, they quote Pope. Alexander Pope placed the second rank, while in Oxford Dictionary of Quotation. In Oxford Dictionary of Quotation, you can see, for example, you can see 10,000 quotation from Shakespeare means 6,000 quotation, or I'm just giving example, not the exact number. I'm just saying that first place. But whenever we quote with Shakespeare. For example, you see my class also. I just quote some Shakespeare quotation. Second place goes to Pope. Pope's quotation are used many people. We can say that epigram. Epigram means brief, brief, but what can we say that? For you see that to err is human, to forgive divine. To err is human, forgive divine. Next example, fools rush in where fools rush in, RUSS, in where angels fear to tread. Where angels, ANGELS, angels fear to tread. I hope that you understand the concept. Okay, I hope that am I clear to you? Have you followed my teaching?
Sir, at last, once you said no, can you just repeat again? Repeat the same.
Fools rushing where fools, FOOLS, fools rushing where angels, ANGELS, angels fear to tread, fear to tread, TREAD.
The
Am I
follow
clear to you?
nature onwards. Excuse me, sir. From the follow nature onwards, once again you repeat, sir.
Okay, I will share the material to you. Don't
Yes,
worry.
yes, sure,
Okay.
sure.
Am I
Okay,
clear
sir.
to you?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I believe the previous teacher has completed. I will just start in a couple of minutes.
Okay, ma'am.
Radhika Rajan, do you want anything? Your hand has been raised. So, good afternoon, everybody. I'm now starting my class. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am. You are.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Uh, this will be the last class for the day, I believe. So
Yes,
far,
ma'am.
you had other classes,
Yes, ma'am.
and this will be the last class for the day. My paper is American literature, and I have certain things to tell you before I really start my discussion as such. First things first, kindly switch off your mic and your video for seamless presentation. That's because there might be people who might hear things as an echo. So that will cause some kind of an irritation or some kind of irritation and worry for other participants. We should not be a trouble for other persons as such. That is what I want to make it in the first sense. Next thing is that I will be using PPT, and that PPT will be shared to you towards the end of my uh, all my lectures. After that, I will share to the participants directly. That is there. The third thing I would like to say is that for network issues, I'm not temporarily switching on my video. After some time, I will switch on the video because right from morning I have very bad network here. That is what. So, without further ado, and we will start today's class. I believe you are all like mostly from English major students during your undergraduation. Is there any cross major here? I just want to know any cross majors. Okay, Samira is a cross major. Radhika, your hand seems to be raised all the time. Even Gomati seems to be a cross major, I believe.
By mistakenly, I just put it, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am.
Yes. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. You are.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Gomati. Yes, Samira is from physics. That's nice to know. All
I'm
right.
from BSc Computer Science, ma'am.
Okay, from computer science to literature. All
Yes,
right.
ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Gomati. Thank you, Samira, for your instant replies. I hope I won't bore you because this is a post lunch session or a lunch session. You can take it in any way, and I will do things as quickly and as interesting, as informative as possible. Because along with you, I am also going to learn something. And if you have any queries, any doubts, any suggestions, you can always type in the chat box. That will be either taken during the end of each session or towards the end of all the lectures, cumulative kind of thing. I will kind of discuss with you people. All right. So why I asked how many of you are cross majors, because I would like to say a very brief outline of American literature as such. Okay, and when I say American literature, it is something very very new or very very latest, just like Indian writing in English, which you had earlier today. Just like that, this paper, I mean, this topic is also something very latest, and just like the British people, they were ruling us as colonies. Okay, the Brits were there in America for a very brief period of time. They also left their imprint in their legacy and they went. All right. So, what exactly I wish to say in the beginning of American literature? To begin with, you have your own study syllabus. I'll just share your syllabus page now. One second. I'm getting ready with the screen right now. With the syllabus, I will go so that it's easy for you. Is it visible, the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, Jyoti. So here we go. Fine, thank you, Samira. So this is what we have 5 units and we have 5 classes. So maximum per class, I will deal with 1 unit, and it will be like I don't know, super fast train or the speed of light or God speed, whatever you put it, that is going to happen right now in the 5 contact classes. And of course, I cannot cover everything and anything under the sun in this syllabi which is given here, but I'll try to make ends meet here. Maybe that would be fine. All right. So that is there. And since I told you you have 5 units, each unit will be taken care in one class. So in the first class, actually we have 2 units poetry, then we have fiction followed by drama and non-fiction prose. First, I will start with what is called as non-fiction prose. We have 2 essays from Emerson, one by Thoreau, another by James Turber. That is there. All right. And this is the syllabi part of it. And before I begin my lecture, I earnestly thank Pondicherry University DDE, Gupta sir, Nivedita ma'am, and the team for giving me this opportunity to share my understanding of American literature. I won't say expertise, I am also a learner, I told you, right? So, my understanding of American literature, and every time I'm associated with DD, I learn so many things. I relearn so many things, and I also unlearn so many things. And I believe the participants will also experience the same kind of learning experience here. So, American literature. Whenever we say American literature, you should understand the notion of salad bowl. What is that notion of salad bowl? Just like in a salad where you have different ingredients, different raw materials, so is American literature. Another one metaphor which is used to describe American literature as such would be melting pot. This is another one expression which is used uniquely to help you to understand American literature as such. And I'll give a quick introduction about myself. I am Dr. Subhashri. I am an assistant professor working here in Pondicherry at Bharatidasan Government College for Women. And for some time, I also worked in the Department of English at Pondicherry University as a contractual staff. So I'm here in my own alma mater, that is Bharatidasan Government College for Women. So certain things you should be knowing about American literature as such. What is it? First of all, during post graduation is something very intense than undergraduation. And since we have, excuse me, a couple of students who are cross majors, I would like to say that the subject of post graduation becomes the subject of your net examination also. And now that some changes have been brought by UGC for even PhD also, okay, I will take your question, Niroshama, little later. Okay, so we'll see that in towards the end of today's class. Fine. So as UGC has told, now NET is not only going to be something as a qualifying examination for assistant professor or JRF. All right, it's going to be something for your PhD also. If you're planning to do PhD, you are going to have a decent net score. So keeping those things in mind, I thought I will position my classes which will help you to have a very insightful understanding of American literature, especially the syllabi which is prescribed to you. From that, how you can cover American literature as such. And for your information, I happen to do my research in American literature. So maybe it's very close to my heart also the subject that way. So coming on to studying American literature in PG level, you will be learning these ideas. What are the main ideas you'll be understanding in American literature? First thing, you get to know about the American culture and society. I told you the concept of melting pot that you will get to experience, especially when you're reading fiction. Okay, when we are discussing fiction, why I said that expression, we can correlate it and see. Next, you can also experience a diversity of voices and perspectives. That is something very important when it comes to American literature. When we say diversity and perspectives, you have racially diverse people, ethnically diverse people. You also have people who are diverse in terms of sexuality. Of course, I believe in your syllabus you don't have any narratives or any stories which talk about LGBTQA plus, right? That is something you should understand here. Next thing, you will be also getting to know what is called as the cultural and global uh, notions which are getting converged and diverged from American literature. So these are the important takeaways you get while reading American literature. And especially today's class, we are going to start with non-fictional prose. In non-fictional prose, essentially, non-fictional prose means fiction means something which is imaginary, something which is unreal. This is certain. Let me tell this give this disclaimer also to the participants here. Well, I always believe in my class there are three types of learners: a learner who is curious to know always more, a learner who wants to know just to know to pass examination, a learner who is not so interested to know, but maybe I want to make that learner to come into the realm of learning, right? These are the three types of learners I always have in my class. That's how I imagine and I go about my lectures. So coming on to this particular non-fictional prose, right? And also, of course, you can give your comments, you can give your suggestions in the chat box. I will also every now and then see that I get motivated. In other words, fine, because I told this is post lunch session, and of course we are experiencing awesome summer also. So to keep us engaged, make sure you sit in a place where there is natural sunlight, there is aeration, ventilation, and you have proper fluids to really keep you engaged in the classes. Okay, I hope I won't bore you with my lectures. So coming on to non-fictional prose in America, fiction is something imaginary, unreal. Okay, when we say non-fiction, these are all the experiences, the day-to-day events or facts which were encountered by the American writers or Americans as such. They pen down everything through these essays. That is something you should understand in the first go itself. That's because there's a famous prize in America called the Pulitzer Prize. And remember, it recognizes talents in nearly 21 fields, and it also has a very good recognition for people who write excellent journalism, excellent historical, events, who also bring out very good non-fictional essays. So in that way, maybe American non-fictional prose has a very vital role to play in American literature as such. So, what are the things which come under or cover under American prose? You should understand. You have essays, you have memoirs, you have autobiographies, you have journalism, you have historical and political writing. So, these are all some of the labels under which non fictional prose come under. For instance, essays, of course, you have two, in fact, three wonderful, one of the exemplary writers in essays, I would say, is actually Emerson and Thoreau. Ralph Waldo Emerson, that is his full name. I'll type his name in the chat box. Of course, you have the material, so but still, Ralph Waldo Emerson, right? And you have Henry David Thoreau. Remember, Thoreau was the one who inspired our Gandhiji to go into civil disobedience movement. Right? Yes. So these are the stalwarts in American essays, whose essays are also prescribed for you. Then of course you also have a famous essays by name James Baldwin. Then you also have memoirs and autobiographies, I told. For example, the narrative of life of Frederick Douglass, an American slave, is a very powerful autobiography which actually documents how the African Americans escaped the drudgery of slavery. From slavery to freedom, you get to know. And also, there's a book, famous book by name, the autobiography of Malcolm X, as told to Alex Haley. This is also a very, very one of the most significant autobiographical books. Coming on to autobiographical books by women authors, you have Maya Angelou's "I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings." So it's a multi-volume autobiography book, in fact. Then journalism, you have quite a number of people who explored through journalistic style of writing that is there. There are also historical and political writings, I told, which actually made the fellow Americans rise to made to raise their voices against oppression in any form. This is a very, very kind of a very quick and a very brief overview of American non-fictional prose. Next, we get to know about our own authors. All right, let's slowly go into our topic of the day. I will now share you the slide so that you can follow with me in a better manner. Just a second. I hope my slides are visible now. I just shared it. So is it visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Uh, Maybe the font is relatively low in size. Just a second. It's so tiny. Now it's somewhat readable, I believe. Wait, let me make it full screen. Let me tell you, I have very bad network, and in case you kind of miss my voice or that's loss of network connectivity, Gomati, you can mute. So thank you, Gomati. So in case you miss my voice or there's some kind of network glitches, technical glitches or whatsoever, please be patient, and I will rejoin as quickly as possible. Okay, patience is needed for online classes. You like it or not? Fine. So in non-fictional prose, we are plunging into directly the topic nature by. Excuse me. 1 second. Suddenly I get a. Oh my god. Okay. Yes, coming on. Nature by Emerson. So that is the first essay we are going to start now. All right. Yes. So in your study material, mostly they would have given you what is called as. I'll just quickly show your study material also, so that you will have some kind of. So if you look at your study material, how have they given? They have given some kind of a brief bio note about the author, then critical summary of the essay prescribed, right? And followed by key pointers in the essay. That's what is given in each of the essays, I believe. So what I will do is just I will share you the Am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Yes, I'm very sorry for the loss of network connectivity. That's been happening for quite some time here. Fine. So coming back to things, so you have your model question paper in DD website itself. I'll also share you that couple of question papers I happen to see that you have what is called as paragraph questions in your examination, which carries around 8 marks. Then you have 15-mark questions, kind of detailed answers. So what is expected you to write? It's not just summary or just you should be, since you are doing post graduation, you are supposed to write something from the topic in depth. That is something expected of you actually. So what I again I'm giving you is just one liners. You are supposed to try reading the original texts. Okay, it's very much available online. You can also get a physical copy of the texts, you can read it, and you will get an idea of what really it is about. Fine. So nature by Emerson, right? It's remember something, for a long time in American literature, I told you they were also once upon a time colonies of Britain. They were looking up to the so-called British classical masters. They were like, they were there, the British classical masters were there, and these folks were actually like the American literature as such. I told you, they were imitating the British classical masters. They were really impressed by the writings of Shakespeare, Milton, okay, Dryden, Johnson, all such great masters. They were inspired. But when the so-called transcendentalists, that is Emerson and Thoreau, emerged on the scene, they want to break away from all these clutters. They want to break away from all these. Of course, the classics were there, the masters were there, but they wanted to give something fresh to their fellow folks, fellow American folks. They were feeling, come on, let us stop imitating the British classical masters. Let us create our own models. Let us create our own prototypes. That were the notions they were keeping in their mind. They want to break away from the classical masters and they wanted to give way to their voices. They started putting their thinking caps. That's how we put it in management terms actually. So one such essay, very popular essay of Emerson would be Nature. Okay, Nature is a very tiny little book, and it's a good read actually. Especially during this hot summer, when you happen to read it, you feel how much man has really like come away from nature. Man has really missed nature. That particular facet you can really see here, which is actually surprising thing for present day human beings. It's a very tiny little book. It comprises of nearly some 11 chapters or so, I believe. So, in the first chapter, it actually endeavors to express the writer's love for nature and solitude. Of course, whenever we say nature, I don't know how many of you love nature or love being in nature and enjoying it alone, all alone. Nature essentially, not essentially means, greenery or maybe staying in the woods or something like that. It is beyond that, okay? Nature is seeing beauty even in the most commonplace things, I would put it. How do you see that? For example, maybe you see, you would have noticed this. Maybe there might be tiny little plants growing on the roofs of some houses. Okay, somewhere a seedling will be growing. Somewhere you can see dancing flowers in the wind. And when you see that, what happens to you? Instantaneously, you get attracted to it, right? And it will transport you to another world. into another world where only you and that flower you interact. And especially when you look at a full moon, of course, there are so many songs written, so many literature written about it, and you really try to enjoy it, right? So, to go into solitude, a man must retire both from his chamber and society. So, remember, this was written during the height of industrial revolution. And what happens in present day scenario? Of course, we are all now finding another Earth. We want to replace Earth. We are looking for something called Earth 2.0 because we want to run away from this mad world, right? So, first chamber is something kind of a private space, and society our public space. So, I'll tell you what, really, maybe I experienced this couple of times also. So, I would really agree with this man. And for example, look at the words he's given: stargazing and nature never fails to disappoint us by giving pleasure. Of course, people who are living in big cities, they might miss out the stars in the sky because of pollution. It gets totally, it becomes invisible. The stars no longer are seen. Only you see smog. Okay, only you see what is called as pollution, and that will only all the more frustrate and irritate us. That is why in countryside, if you go on a clear night, you can see the stars and the moon shining brightly. Those things are all real pleasure giving things. In the second chapter, Emerson focuses on what is called as commodity. Remember, this is something important from examination point of view. This they have explained in the material very elaborately. The name he gives to all of the advantages which our senses owe to nature. So we human beings, right? We take everything for granted, and that's why now nature is taking us a revenge, I should say, by these hot summers, dry summers, right? That is there. And coming on to the aspect of beauty, these aspects of beauty also are very important for our examination point of view. I believe in one of the years they have asked also. So, how he sees beauty. So, maybe I will change the slides one by one, and so that I can explain, so that you can see very, very elaborately. So, beauty, first of all, he sees in three different perspectives. First is the beauty of nature, which is restorative. Okay, we all know, we human beings know, we should be in a position to restore ourselves. Always going behind things and materialistic things will not really help an individual to really pitch in things as such. Seeing the sky when we emerge from a day's work can restore ourselves and make us happy again. Of course, uh, this happens to people who are actually commuting, right? Especially if they are driving and coming, very rarely we get to see what is around us. Okay, we should mind the traffic. Of course, that is something very important, or else it will be life threatening. But when you are a billionaire or when you are commuting, like in a public transport or so, you can just like that peep out of the window after a day's work. You can see maybe the beautiful flowers, the stars in the sky, or maybe some animals. Of course, Indian streets do have animals. You can see them. Sometimes I do see some tiny little birds perching on the perching on the tree, trying to poke their beak on the bark of the tree. Those things really makes one person to really refresh as such. Or seeing a rainbow. Yes, rainbow is a very important motif in literature. We all know that it's a symbol of hope, of rebirth, such things. Those things are all there. Fine. So the human eye is the best artist because it perceives and appreciates beauty so keenly. So they say, no, the beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. So what you see something as beautiful may not be really beautiful to someone else. That aesthetic sense one has to develop actually to put it. Even the countryside in winter possesses its own beauty. Of course, he's talking about the American society as such, not our terrains. Please understand that alone. But still, everything is beauty around us. Okay, The second aspect of beauty would be the spiritual element. This is something you should understand. This is a notion even Wordsworth has also spoken, seeing the spiritual element within nature. We all know the romantic trio where Wordsworth saw nature as a spiritual guru, right? Nature is our best teacher, best preacher. So we all know that great actions in history are often accompanied by beautiful backdrop provided by nature. Um, if you look at the portrait of Mona Lisa, we automatically see her, her background. Where is she standing? How is she portrayed as such? That comes to our mind very well. Or whenever we visualize the picture of, Taj Mahal, automatically we remember the reflection of the Taj Mahal in the Yamuna River that is there. So many things, right? Even man-made wonders, we are also juxtaposing nature with it and we are seeing it. The third aspect of nature is something very important. This is actually missed by many people always. What is it? It is viewed to the human intellect. How do we see as an intellectual companion? Nature can help people inspire, create, and invent new things. Well, for this, I often give an example. Maybe people, right? They get inspirations from nature, especially when they are doing some creative work. If you happen to listen to maybe music composers or people who are writing film scripts or who are composing lyrics, they always sit in the lap of nature and they do it. Why is it so? Because nature makes your mind's eye work. Main important point, your mind's eye work. Everything in nature is a representation of a universal harmony, perfection, something greater than itself. Of course, in nature, everything seems to be in a very, very harmonious manner. As long as human beings are not attacking it or are not distorting it. So, we human beings, what have we started to do nature? We are spoiling it, we are abusing it for our personal gains. So this notion of beauty is something very important from examination point of view. You can make a note of it. Now coming on to the successive chapters. So in this chapter here, Emerson tries to bring out a relationship between nature and language. So always know our language is something seen as a reflection of our natural state. For example, the word right literally means straight, whereas wrong means twisted. So in we can bring the same thing to nature also, how nature is used to reflect a spiritual fact. So this is a very interesting notion. This is actually explored again in the romantic poetries also. It is being explored. All right. In case the slides are not visible at any point of time, somebody please make sure that I get that information, because I'm changing the slides, I'm literally there in the slides only. I'm not in the Google Meet. Okay, so cannot really perceive that very easily. Fine. All right. So, coming on to the notion of animals in nature. When we say an animal, say such as a fox, we know fox is a cunning creature. Whereas when we say a lamb, it is a very naive or innocent creature. So that is how we actually, juxtapose natural elements with language. Okay. Whenever we say whenever we associate some colors, some seasons, for example death, it is symbolized through nature as the winter season, whereas spring season means hope and redemption. Okay, summer means one is there in his one's best days, youthful days, we say it that way. So this is how we actually juxtapose, or we bring natural elements to language. We actually connotate natural elements to language through language. You should understand that. In the fifth chapter, Emerson focuses on the notion of nature as a discipline. And always remember the notion of eco-criticism, which you will be reading in criticism paper, is actually kind of, maybe we have a notion called deep ecology, maybe, which is actually a very higher order of seeing nature. Okay, that is something else, but for you to understand, I'm just telling you as such. In order, okay, its order can teach spiritual and moral truths. Of course, nature often makes man disciplined. Uh, Maybe one cyclone, Pondicherry. I don't know how many of you are from Pondicherry, but Pondicherry is an area which is actually prone to the monsoon cyclones. Okay, these monsoon cyclones are very deadly and very scary also. Especially the December month is often a month which the coastline people in Tamil Nadu and Pondicherry will always be scared because what disaster would come and strike. That will be always there. But one cyclone which personally taught me a very good lesson would be Thane cyclone way back in 2012, which really taught me a very tough lesson. 2011, in fact, it taught me a very very tough and a very gruesome lesson. I should put it. How we have to protect nature. One must not ill-treat nature. That serious lesson I happened to get it from the Thane cyclone, and of course the 2004 tsunami also I happened to get to know. So nature here becomes a very strict guru, spiritual guru, but a very strict fellow in teaching. So you see here the author is telling, for instance, using water for drinking, but wool for weaving, and so on. So nature is always there for human beings for the betterment. But what happens when man becomes greedy, selfish all of a sudden? He exploits nature. So there is unity in nature, which means that every part of it corresponds to all other parts, much as an individual art, such as architecture, as it relates to other music and religion. So, how things go in a very harmonious manner in nature, that is something explored in fifth chapter. In the sixth chapter, it is actually devoted to idealism. And remember something, a very common thread in American literature, the notion or the conflict between idealism and realism. This is something you should keep in mind. Certain pointers I'm giving, which will actually be, it will also get echoed in other classes. Okay, in other classes, meaning in fiction, in poetry. Okay, in those classes also, it will get echoed, it will get repeated. I'll tell you. In drama, especially in drama, also, these notions will get repeated. So always nature is seen to be something very ideal. Okay, something very ideal, something very pristine, perfect. There's not even a single blemish in nature, no compromise within nature. Whereas man is someone who at times behaves practical, at times behaves realistic, not realistically, not idealistically. Man cannot be ideal. Please understand, it's difficult or rarity man being ideal. So that is something you should understand. And this is what he's telling here. And I'll read the point what I have made here. How can we make sure does not actually exist and is not mere product within the apocalypse of mind, as Emerson puts it? He believes it doesn't make any practical difference either way, but for his part, Emerson states that he believes God never gists with us. So nature almost certainly does have an external existence and reality. That is, you should understand. So nature is someone who is always supreme, always powerful. Indeed, we can determine that we can separate from nature by changing our perspective in relation to it. For example, by bending down and looking between our legs. These are all some of the quotations which I took from the text as such. Observing the landscape upside down rather than the way we usually view it. A very classic example, I won't say classic, a very recent example I would say right now is there's recently a picture which came in Malayalam, which actually made several people to reflect a particular place, tourist place, again, to visit that place again in Kodaikanal. The movie I'm referring is actually Manjumal Boys, which actually, why I'm telling popular culture, because in that way you can understand things in a very easy manner, which actually took once again back to a place called Guna Caves in Kodaikanal. And Guna Caves, the name itself actually comes from another one Tamil movie named Guna. Sir, so you can see here, maybe for some time people were seeing some things in a very, very routine, mundane manner. But here is something which actually makes people to view things in another way, in an alternative way. Oh, that gives a kind of a very striking perspective to people around, that you should understand here. So that is the real brilliancy of nature, I tell you. Especially these waterfalls, the new cataracts which get formed during the monsoon season. Especially, I heard this from my Maharashtra friends. They say this Maharashtra during monsoon is, I don't know anybody's from Maharashtra. If so, you can also add points to what I'm saying and correct me if I'm saying it wrong also. So Maharashtra during monsoon becomes all the more beautiful. That's because of the cataracts, newly formed cataracts in the Western Ghats make it all the more beautiful and pretty. That's what they say. Okay, so we never know, right? What is there, what nature is going to give us. Suddenly, a volcano might give a new island to us. It can give some treasures if there is an underwater quake, okay, an earthquake taking place in maybe in the ocean floor. It may give some hidden treasures of the ocean. It's quite possible, right? And if you look at classical writers, especially here, Emerson quotes Shakespeare to illustrate how poets can draw upon nature to create symbols which reflect emotions of the human souls. Of course, uh, whatever the humanized feelings can be taken or lifted from nature. Okay, that is something you should understand here. Uh, Especially when we have heavy rains, right? When somebody, a big person or a big short person dies, when there's a heavy rain, we say nature itself is crying for the departed soul. We say such expressions often. Okay, and religion and ethics, by contrast, denigrate nature by viewing it as lesser than divine or moral truth. Of course, these are all the opinions of Emerson. You should understand that. Next, coming on to the seventh chapter. Okay. Well, actually, there are 8 chapters. I said 11 in the beginning. I'm sorry for that. Okay. Sorry for the mistake. So, next in the seventh chapter, he considers nature and the spirit. And here, spirit means essentially the spirit of God, which is present through nature. You should understand something here. These people, Emerson, Thoreau, they were very much influenced by what is called as the Oriental philosophy, the so-called Hindu and Hindu mystical notions. Those were the things which influenced these transcendentalists. You should understand here. In the eighth chapter, that is the final chapter, prospects. Prospects is something where maybe the author is giving some cues for the future people to think about it, or some kind of advice for the future people as such. So Emerson argues that we need to contemplate nature as a whole entity, arguing as a dream may get us deeper into the secret of nature than 100 concerted experiments. So human beings, right? Very recently, there was one you would have read in social, you would have seen in social media or even read in newspapers whatsoever. Cloud seeding, the effects of cloud seeding, right? I hope, did anybody hear about it?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. This cloud seeding, what disastrous effect it gave. I'm happy couple of you answered. Okay, so you're listening to my lectures. I'm happy that you are listening, actively listening. Yes, Gomati was saying something.
Yes, ma'am, I heard.
Okay, fine, fine. So this is there. So how that kind of backfired, or it catapulted another string of apocalyptic thing. I would say it is apocalyptic thing only, that you should understand here. So you can see nature, rather than doing some kind of weird experiments with nature, it is something, you be with nature, you focus through its way, you'll get more understanding of nature. It focuses on local details within nature. And Emerson concludes the essay by arguing that in order to direct the unity and perfection within nature, we must first perfect our souls. Yes, what is inside only will get reflected outside. Okay, just imagine, of course, every day when I go out in the sun, when I come back in the evening, when I finish my work, and when I'm starting to my work itself, I'll be grumbling, oh my god, it's so hot. I'm going to have a tough time today. The sun is going to really burn me. So when I have that notion, of course the sun is going to really burn me. Maybe what if I think, okay, the sun is doing its duty. Maybe I did not respect my mother nature properly. That's why it is giving me such a tough time. Okay, let me be kind to nature. Fine. Let me do my work properly. So if you think that way, surely one day or the other things will fall in place. That is there. So Emerson concludes by arguing that in order to detect the unity and perfection within nature, we must perfect our souls. He cannot be a naturalist until he satisfies all the demands of the spirit. And spirit is actually something which is within us. Emerson urges wisdom means finding miraculous within the common or everyday life. He then urges something else also, that the reader to build their own world using the spirit as the foundation. Thus, the beauty of nature will reveal itself to us. So, it's not just one person's effort or something, it is something, a joint effort, a collective effort, which brings nature its best. So, that is the first essay about nature. I told you in nature, this particular notion of beauty is something very important. You should focus. And also, next thing, how nature tries to idealize things. That is also next point you should be reading from examination point of view. Next would be like what were the concluding remarks in the essay. That is the prospects. That is also important for examination point of view. So that is nature. I will, the time is actually 51 as per my clock here, 151. Maybe I'll take maximum 15 minutes, okay? Because I have to cover three more essays. Other essays are relatively smaller ones. And yeah, in case if I feel it's not going to end in maximum 15 more minutes, maybe I will stop at a point where I can take the whole thing tomorrow. I hope that would be fine. Is that fine for everybody?
That's fine, ma'am.
Yes. Okay, thank you. So, self reliance. Well, this is another one essay which actually made the fellow Americans, what can I say, really understand their position, what is their role, what as a citizen of the country they have to do. And remember, I told you America is a relatively young country, and it was created very recently, maybe 400 years ago or so. And these were the essays which helped in nation building. Let me put it that way. These writers were really helping a group of people, or they were actually motivating their fellow American citizens how to be or what a country is expected to be. It's like kind of telling them or teaching them lessons, okay, that is there. So we have self-reliance. This is actually it was first published in the essays of 1841. Talks of the enormous power of man and calls for relying oneself. As the title says, self-reliance, one has to be self-reliant. Okay, so we also have some notions here in our country also, how India should be self-sustained, self-reliant, it should be self-dependent. Those things are also brought by the government here. We all know that, right? So similarly here, how spiritually, remember everything has a spiritual underpinning. All these essays have spiritual underpinnings that you should understand very clearly. So man's reliance on himself is similar to his reliance on God. And another thing you should understand here is that America as a country, it was essentially seen as the promised land of the Bible. Little bit of American history, I should say here. So when the Pilgrim Fathers, when they reached the American shores, okay, they were seeing America as the promised land of the Bible, and they were grounding the American nation through the words of God. Let me put it that way. It was seen to be a theocratic society. Okay, theocratic means a society which believes in God, or which has a belief uh, of God by its fellow people. That is how it is understood here. Theocracy. Democracy means government of the people. Here they were believing, okay, God's own land would be America. America is the promised land. That those were the notions they kept in their mind, and that's how they were working on it. Please understand that alone. And so they were God fearing people, they were there. But at one stage, what happened? It got changed. Of course, money, capitalism, industrialism, all these things changed the notion of American soil as such. Okay, man became great only when he is inspired by the divine soul, which also inspires all men. All right, yes. So one must be, there's something called the divine soul. Okay, and from that he comes to a notion called the oversoul, which I'll explain shortly. So we human beings, we all, maybe we people know, will be spiritually sound when we hear to our inner voices. Most of us, we fail to hear to our inner voices. Just imagine, maybe I might think, oh, I have my last class today in the session, in the contact classes session. What if the children doze off? What if the learners are not interested? Maybe if I have the thought sown within me in the beginning itself, will I be putting a good show? I will not be doing so. But instead, I should be giving a kind of a notion. Okay, fine, it's a post lunch session. Let me make it as interesting as possible. If not, we will leave it to them itself. If they are interested, they're going to listen. You see, this is how one has to really go about and do for it. So that kind of seeding of self-confidence is something very important. Of late, maybe post-COVID, post-pandemic, that has been lost in mankind, unfortunately. Fine. So self-reliance is best known and often quoted essay in American literature. Why it is so? Because the underlying motto of this essay itself is trust thyself. Okay, trust thyself. When you are trusting thyself, what will happen? You will automatically have confidence to win anything, to conquer anything. Okay, you are going to help yourself first, then you are going to lend a helping hand to someone else outside. First, it is within you, then outside you. First, always you. First, you, then only others. It's not, maybe nowadays we have a notion called self love. Okay, maybe you can take that also as a good factor, right? So, you have to believe yourself, you have to trust yourself, then you can reach out to others. So Emerson advises American scholar. This is another one essay. Okay, this is another one essay. You should also read it actually. To stand on his own feet without the help of the philosophy of others. I told you, right? These essays, they were the stalwarts who were actually inculcating what is called as some kind of originality within the minds of the Americans. Come on, men, you should think on yourself. You must not be shamelessly following or slavishly following the British masters. Be on your own. These were the notions they brought into the mind. So, look at the example given here. The artist, instead of imitating the Gothic or the Doric model, should study the precise thing to be done by him with love and hope. Example, that the classes which we are having right now. If one is completely, excuse me, if one is completely relying on only the contact classes to write the examination or to pass the examination, will actually not suffice. We are only doing the base minimum here, actually, to put it. But if a learner is taking self-consciously, taking some efforts, some real painstaking efforts to really sit and read for the examinations, okay, yes, I have examinations within a month. Okay, let me have a kind of a time frame, a kind of a schedule. Let me sit and prepare. And with the help of the facilitators here and the contact classes, you can really do justice. This is how it is. I hope you will understand the underlying meaning here, right? The poet and the artisan also channels divinity like other professionals, and I told you the notion of oversoul. This oversoul is a notion where it connects all the living souls on the earth. For example, I have some nearly 19, maybe 17 participants, two excluding me, 17 participants, and maybe the people from DDE. If I exclude them, I have some around 15 participants. So these 15 learners, right? These 15 learners, maybe each and every one of them must have a kind of a understanding. they must have some kind of a notion. Okay, fine, this is how it is. These are going to be my contact classes. Total strangers we are going to be. If you are panic stricken, if you are worried, maybe things won't work out for you. But of course, everyone will have their own jittery moment. Even I will also have my own jittery moment. That is also there. But keeping aside those things, come, let us face. This is a contact class. Okay, we have come to learn, we have come to understand, we have come to make new friends. That is also part and parcel of things, right? And if I make mistake, okay, no problem. I'm going to learn again. I'm going to relearn again. That notion you should be developing. That kind of confidence we may lack. And this connecting with other souls happens only when you see them in their, what can we say, in their raw face, I would say. If I discuss this, it will take much more time. So, very quickly, I'm trying to wrap it up. Okay. His fate in the omnipotent over omnipotent, we often say God is omnipotent, all powerful, omnipresent over soul makes him self reliant. So maybe just imagine, maybe in your home there are some five people around. If certain things through words can be expressed, whereas certain things can be expressed either through silence or by mere observing what the soul really wants to do. Sometimes imagine if somebody is caught within the drudgery of the household, okay, or drudgery of their monotonous work. Let me put it, let us not maybe sexualize things. So if somebody is caught in the drudgery of their routine stuff, that soul needs to be having a pause. That soul must be given what is called as a break. And that could be understood only when you, as a maybe your soul, trying to understand that soul, you reach out to that soul, it automatically gets nullified. Yes, you want this break? Yes, you can have this break. That's why sometimes people say you to meditate. When you meditate, you can empathize with other people. That skill of empathy is gone in today's world, unfortunately. So he believes that every man has some divinity within him which is capable of connecting his soul in direct relationship with the universal spirit. So this is another, these are all philosophical notions. Again, I tell you, spiritually grounded notions, right? So it's a very long process thing. I'm telling in a very simplified manner. These lines are very simplifiedly, we are telling it. All right. Emerson gives importance to the individuals, not the society. Very important notion here. As an individual, you make up the society. Whereas we often shamelessly say this dictum: what will the society tell about it? How will the society react to it? Come on, who is the society? It is you who is part and parcel of the society. When Emerson asks the individuals to give importance to the voice of their soul and live as they like, he is referring to an almost intolerable high standard of thoughts and life. So, this happens only by practice. If you want to achieve something, first you should know what you are. That is what know thyself. You know who you are, what are your purposes, what are your goals, what are your fears, how to overcome those fears. You can automatically reach out to others. That self realization should happen somewhere, some point in one's life. For some, it comes in a very early phase. For some, it never comes at all. For some, it may come and disappear. For some, they may not realize that they are realizing their soul. All these things are all there. I know I sound philosophical. Excuse me for being more philosophical here. Okay. So, especially you see her names, titles cannot confirm himself to the activities as he does or not like. So, some people write, oh, come on, he's a big boss here, he's a big lady here. We may give labels like that. It's not like that as such. Okay, being grounded is something very much needed these days. But nowadays, people love to have tags, identities, okay, which is actually, well, not needed actually to put it. Large societies are nothing but deal institution, are nothing but sorry dead institutions for an individual who relies on himself. However, all the customs and traditions that we follow, like the activities of housekeeping, arts, occupations, marriages, are imposed upon the individual by the society. Well, again, it's a very big philosophical notion. Very quickly, let me put it. Uh, for any individual, after a particular phase, they are expected to do certain things or have certain things. Very simply to put it, maybe if you are 25, yes, you must be having a decent job. You must be earning well. By 30, you must get married. By 35, you must have kids. The list goes on and on. Who dictates those things? Of course, the society dictates it. And the society comprises of an individual. Maybe here I'm not telling you to rebel against the society by being a kind of an outlaw or being a kind of a out of the box character. But it is always good you listen to your inner voice and try to maybe convince the people around you also. That is very difficult, but if you are doing, you are really great, right? Emerson asks the individual on rely himself and not to imitate on such customs. On the other hand, the lack of self-reliance will lead to man's faith in superstitions. Of course, very, very important notion. So if a man is not at all having that confidence within himself, what will happen to him? He will end up, unfortunately, slavishly becoming superstitious. Oh, I did this, so only these things happened. Oh, I forgot this. So these kinds of things ruined. These are all rubbish and really, things you should be worried about it. So Emerson feels that educational system has also in a way made man to become what is called as a vagabond. Uh, well, at times, no, when we become highly educated, we tend to be uh, really fixed to certain things. We will be doing something slavishly. That should not be there. Imitation makes the mind to travel without any aim. Though the society undergoes continual changes, it never moves forward. So fortune is a deceptive handmaid, where whom modern man relies on more than anything else. The normal events in life seems to bring him peace, but only in illusion. Only the inner self and triumph of principles could bring real peace to mind. Well, again, another philosophical dose here. As human beings, right, we are actually, governed by our emotions, our feelings, such things. Of course, we are governed by it, but still, one has to pause. One has to really listen to our inner voice. Sometimes our mind will be telling, "Oh, will I be really able to do this? Is it not very tough? Is it not very complicated?" But somewhere your mind will be telling, "Come on, let's do it. If not now, when will you do it? Come on, do it, Subha." That kind of words your mind will be saying. So you should try to listen to your voice first. Voice here, actually, I'm telling the soul's voice. This is something there. So in this essay, we essentially see the notion of oversoul and also how one has to trust thyself before proceeding or facing the outside world. These are the two important takeaways from this essay. The last essay is relatively a smaller one. Actually, uh, this essay I will quickly sum up since almost it's time. In this essay, you find the author, James Turber, right? He talks about, as the title goes, the university days. It is a very kind of a humorous story. He talks about the humorous incidents which happens during his university days, how professors are strict, condescending, they behave in a very rude manner to the learners, and okay, and how sometimes some professors behave in a foolish manner in academic world, in expecting something very, what can we say, something very trivial to do it. Okay, and such things are all here actually expressed by James Turber. And another thing also, he also shows here how people are actually slavishly doing certain things without even questioning as such. They are supposed to do since others are all doing. And this essay, no, actually, one thing I wanted to tell, it mostly talks about various anecdotes. What are anecdotes? Anecdotes are incidences, isolated incidences, which recollect certain incidents or events. And also, it also talks about the eccentricities of professors, classmates, and the university environment in general. That is also you should understand here. And of course, going to a university having a classroom education is something very different when you compare to these contact classes. Since we have very limited time, I am trying to make justice. And in next class, we will see another topic. Most probably, we will be starting. The next topic would be, yeah, drama. Okay, we'll be seeing drama in tomorrow's class. All right. So I'll end here today, and I hope today's learning was very fruitful for you. I mean, all the sessions. And somebody has posted something in the chat box. Ma'am, I couldn't find Daddy, the applicant, and necessary piece of life poems in our books, including online PDFs. Okay, Niroshama, this you can. Are you there, Janaki Niroshama? Janaki, are you there? Well, she's not there, I believe. Okay. You happened to type a question some time ago, right?
Yes,
Some,
ma'am, I'm there. I'm typing.
okay.
Am I not audible to you?
Yeah, I'm now you're audible. Well, even in the PDF I received from DDE, right? It is
Okay.
missing in mine also. Uh, no issues. Okay. When we are discussing, we will discuss these poems. Okay. Whatever is given in the syllabus, that I have taken actually. Okay.
Okay.
And in case anyone else, okay, anyone else is having any queries or anything, since I'm telling the topic as such, excuse me, you can like say like post it here during the last session. Maybe I will really discuss those things. Okay, or
Okay.
end of the each class. Anyway, it can be done, right?
Okay. So what shall I do? Like I'll, I mean, I'll go to Google